Audio test 1, 2, 3. Audio testing to the live stream 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Okay.
Welcome, everyone. My name's Uduak Joe Intuk. I'm the Vice President of the Long Beach City College Board of Trustees. We're going to call our meeting to order today on September the 9th, 2020 for the Long Beach City College, actually Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees meeting. It is now 4:40 p.m. We are going to begin the meeting. Board Secretary, before we go into closed session, do we have any public comments for today?
No, we don't, but that is down below after the roll call anyway, but we don't have any.
All right, wonderful.
Okay.
Well, let's move on to roll call. Madam Secretary, can you take the roll, please?
Sure. Virginia Baxter. Here. Vivian Malauulu. Oh,
she's on mute.
She was there, yes. Uduak Joe Intuk.
Here, sorry.
That's
Here,
okay.
I'm here, Jackie.
Okay. Doug Otto. Doug Otto. He's there, but he's got his mute on. Sunny Zia. Is Sunny Zia present? Okay.
Don't see Trustee
Okay.
Zia.
Okay. And
All right, well, thank you, Madam Board Secretary. That moves us from agenda item 1.1. We had called to order. Agenda item 1.2 was roll call. We just concluded. Now we'll go to agenda item 1.3, public comments on closed session items. A total of 3 minutes will be allocated for each speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes per subject. We have how many closed session items today? 1, 2, 3 closed session items. Madam Secretary, do we have any closed session item public comments?
no, Trustee Intuk, there are no requests.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, let's move forward here to our next agenda item is 1.4, 5, and 6. So before we get those items, we're going to adjourn into closed session. Is there anything else that needs to be said before we go into closed session?
Could you read out the items, Trustee Intuk, before they go for the public benefit?
That's a great suggestion. So reading, we have agenda items 1.4, 1.5, and 1.6 in closed session. 1.4 is conference on real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code 54956.8, property. Los Coyotes property 3320 and 3340 Los Coyotes Diagonal and 3325 Palos Verdes Avenue, Long Beach, California 90808, also known as the Los Coyotes site or property. Negotiating parties at Long Beach Community College District is the seller, Atkinson, Andelson, Loya, Rudd, and Romo, the District Council, and Los Coyotes Redevelopment, LLC, the buyer. The purpose is instructions to negotiators concerning a price and terms of payment for the sale of the property. So that's 1.4. Number 1.5 is a personnel matter pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, management team, unrepresented group, conference with agency designated representative, Mr. Gene Durand. And 1.6 is a discussion pursuant to Government Code Section 3549.1 and discussion pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Section D, Section 2 of anticipated litigation with 2 cases with Vincent Ewing as the attorney of the board. And that is the 3 items I have for closed session, Board Secretary. Is there anything else we need to do before we move into
No, just recess to closed session and state the time, please.
All right. And with that, we will move into recess for closed session. It is now 4:43 p.m. and we will move in there. So thanks so much. And we'll be back shortly. Good evening and welcome to the Long Beach Community College Board of Trustees meeting. My name is Uduak Joe Intuk. I'm the Vice President of the Long Beach Community College District Board of Trustees. We are coming back now into open session out of closed session. It currently is 6 p.m. in the evening.
Hello.
And it looks like we have Trustee Otto. We can hear you. You're not muted.
Okay.
Trustee Otto, if you want to mute your computer. Thank you so much. So we now are reconvening from closed session. We're going to go to item 2.1 on the agenda. Board Secretary Hahn, we have 6 o'clock was the time that we reconvened. We want to welcome everybody. We are having a virtual online Long Beach Community College Board Trustee meeting due to the global pandemic of coronavirus 19, or also known as SARS-2. And so we are following the governor's executive directive that we can have a virtual meeting in this nature, in this format, that still has public participation, public comment, and transparency so that we can do the work of the college. I'm going to go now to sub number 2.2 on the agenda. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'm going to ask our good student trustee Jimenez to please rise and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight. I'm going to take my hat off.
Yes. If everyone could please stand. Thank you. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, student trustee Jimenez. Excellent job. We're going to keep moving on to the agenda. Madam Secretary, can you please take roll call for number 2.3?
Yes, sir. Virginia Baxter. Here. Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak Joe Intuk.
Here.
Doug Otto.
Here.
Sunny Zia.
Did she call in? Did she call in?
No, I have not seen.
Did she respond to the text messages and
No.
phone calls, the multiple? No responses from her?
No.
Does anybody know where she is? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Student trustee Jimenez.
Present.
Okay.
Thank you, Secretary Hahn. It looks like we have 4 trustees here, so we do have quorum, so we can proceed with our meeting tonight. We're going to go.
Trustee Antuk, I
Yes.
apologize for interrupting. May I say a word?
The floor is yours, President Malauulu.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say good evening to everyone and just thank Trustee Antuk for stepping up as Vice President. I was delayed at work and I'm driving, and safety first. I've got the audio on, but Trustee Antuk was kind enough to volunteer to run the meeting, and I appreciate that. And I think you're doing a great job, and I'd be happy even once I get home safely for you to continue running the meeting. After a year of running these meetings, it'd be nice to have a break tonight, right, Trustee? Vice President, good practice for you.
Well, President Malauulu, that is an excellent request. You and I have actually made history as the longest serving president and vice president in the college's 97 year district here. I don't
We
think
had no choice in the matter.
we had no choice. No one else was able to serve a year and a half as president and vice president of the board. So congratulations. I am more than happy to help lighten the load. So as we proceed to have an efficient and effective college board meeting to do the business of the college and the students that we serve. So yes, thank you, President Malauulu. Please drive safely and continue to listen in, and we'll call on you when it's time to vote. So we will proceed on the agenda. Thank you, President Malauulu. Board Secretary, I'm going to move to the next agenda item here, which I have as 2.4, report on closed session items.
That's correct.
We're now coming out. We had 4 items that were on closed session. I believe it was agenda item 1.4, 1.5, and 1.6 were all covered in closed session. We do have a report out, and let me get that report out language up in front of me here. And so let's see, on the September 9th, 2020 closed session of the Long Beach Community College Board of Trustees, we did on item one, make sure I'm talking about the right item here, item 1.4, we have 1.4 about the conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code 54956.8, property, Los Coyotes property 3320 and 3340 Los Coyotes Diagonal and 3325 Palos Verdes Avenue, Long Beach, California 90808. Also known as the Los Coyotes property site, negotiating parties was or is Long Beach Community College District as the seller, Atkinson, Anderson, Loya, Rudd, and Romo as the district council, and Los Coyotes Redevelopment, LLC, as the buyer. We had instructions to the negotiators concerning price and terms of payment for the sale of the property. And so we did take a vote, and there it was a consensus. So the board, I'll read this out, is required according to our board council. The board of trustees convene in a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 and discuss with its real property negotiators price and terms of payment associated with proposed sale of the district's Los Coyotes Diagonal site as the Los Coyotes Diagonal Redevelopment LLC buyer. The board voted unanimously, but it was 3-0, no abstentions to approve, but we did have two trustees that were absent from the vote. But we did have quorum, and it was unanimous, and it was consensus. So the Board of Trustees voted 3-0, the buyer's request to amend the purchase and sale agreement to extend the close of escrow until the earlier of the options. Option 1, the buyer obtains financing. Option 2, 45 days after obtaining long-term leases from RaidNet and or WS Property Group or any other entities. Option 3, 45 days after the end of the COVID-19 global pandemic is defined as a removal of the emergency orders issued by Los Angeles County and the City of Long Beach Departments of Public Health. Or option 4, March 30th, 2020, for the purchase of the Long Beach Community College District Los Coyotes Diagonal site and for a non-refundable deposit held in escrow to be released to the district as contingent of this agreement. And there was a roll call vote. Do I need to, I'll just say the roll call
Yes,
vote.
I'd like to know who the three.
Sure, the roll call vote was Trustee Baxter, Trustee Otto, and Vice President Ntuk. There was no nays, there was no abstentions.
Correct.
But there was two absent trustees, Trustee Zia and Trustee Malolulu.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful.
Are there any reports out on the other two items or?
On the other items, there was no reportable action taken and no other report to share.
Perfect.
So we will proceed. Now we're moving into public comments on the agenda. The public is allowed to address the Board of Trustees before and during items that are considered. A total of 3 minutes will be allotted for each speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes per subject. I'd like to ask Board Secretary, do we have any public comments, voicemails, emails to read off tonight?
No, Trustee Ntuk, there are no requests.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we will move forward then. If there's no public comments, I think we now move into approval of the minutes, agenda item 2.6. That should be posted on there, and I think we're moving through on our screen. Looks like I'm going to need a motion to adopt the minutes from the August 26th, 2020 regular board meeting, and then we have minutes from the September 2nd special board meeting that was closed session only. I have a motion. Was that Trustee Baxter that gave a motion?
Yes, yes.
Do I have a second?
Yes, second.
We have a second from student trustee Jimenez. Do we have a friendly assist from another trustee to make sure that President Hung, that sounds like
So assisted.
so we have an assist from Trustee Otto. So we have a motion and a second to adopt two minutes to be approved from August 26th and September 2nd. Is there any discussion on this item? Hearing and seeing no discussion, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote from Secretary Hahn.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu. Excuse me 1 second. I have to move the screen over.
I see that she's on.
Uduak Joe Intuck
Aye.
and Doug Otto.
Aye.
Thank you.
You want to ask one more time for Vivian? I think she's on.
Vivian Malauulu.
She might be on mute. You might have to unmute yourself, Vivian.
I don't see her.
She may be having technical difficulties. Okay, well, we have a 3-0 vote. Oh my goodness. I think we made a mistake. We did not ask student trustee Jimenez to go first.
I did not. And again, I'm backsliding. Student trustee Jimenez.
Aye. Luckily, I motioned or I seconded to approve.
Thank you. That's true.
We have to have the student voice first in all actions. Our apologies.
Yes, that's
Trustee
mine.
Jimenez.
That's my bad.
We are all managing the pandemic here, and we sometimes forget things. All right, so it looks like we have the 2 minutes approved by a majority of the board, and we will move on to 2.7, ASB President's Report. So I think we do have the ASB President. Cesar is here.
Yes,
Mr. Arizona, the floor is yours.
I appreciate that, and it's a pleasure seeing all of you folks today. I have good news for everybody. We have 10 cabinet members in total so far within the associate student body, and the best part is that we got another 3 members running for the executive board. Hopefully, you get to see them online tomorrow. I believe the elections is tomorrow, so if you folks would like to see who are the 3 executive board members that are running for the executive positions, please feel free to look up on the Associate Student Body website. Other than filling up my cabinet over the years, my goal is by October have as much students to participate within the Associate Student Body so we can hear what the student voices want and needs to help us continue growing as a whole and as Long Beach City College. I would say that so far I am doing my best to making sure that students' voices are being heard. Students are hearing who we are, what does the associate student body does in the long-term run, and hopefully bringing value within the associate student body and recognizing that students need to empower their voices and help us hear what they need within the associate student body. So hopefully that goes well at my end. I'm putting all my heart and soul into the associate student body, and I'm really hoping by next year we'll see more students join. That is the end of my reports.
Cesar, thank you so much. It's great to hear that we're having student elections. Hopefully you're following the COVID-19 protocols and your voting procedures. I'm glad to hear that you're putting your cabinet of all-stars together. We need to have a good representation. I hope you're going to have gender equality in your cabinet. And then we're excited that you're passionate about what you're doing. So thank you for your report back today. Is that the conclusion of your report?
Yes.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. We're going to continue on to our next agenda item. We have the student trustee report from student trustee Jenna Jimenez. Trustee Jimenez, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, VP Uduak. So ASB President Cesar Arizon has been so invested in creating student involvement, especially recognizable during this pandemic in our unorthodox way of managing student life this year. Students are lucky to have him as their ASB president, honestly, and I am so happy that he's getting more of students involved in ASB. We need the help, we need the ideas. Part of my job as a female student trustee is to really provide a strong voice for the women of my college. And one of the things that in particular I'm pretty passionate about is educating people on sexual abuse, human trafficking, and methods of protecting oneself and others. I asked Sergio Grimaldi in the Student Affairs Department if we could create a series of workshops revolving around this topic. Grimaldi linked me with Sylvia Garcia, who is another staff member in the Student Affairs Department, to begin creating a series on this. The workshops will include education information, how to become an ally to victims and potential victims, and also we'll have separate workshops on different specific communities like LGBTQ communities, DSPS communities, and I'm hoping for veterans as well, because they each have their own specific goals and things to, to go with. And this project is still in the works, but I'm really grateful to have staff members that were willing to jump on this project with me and create a voice for this, and a way for students to find support and education really on this. So yeah, I also want to thank VP Kathy Scott for addressing an equity issue that students were facing at the beginning of the semester. A lot of students were kind of thinking that they had to be forced to be on their cameras on Zoom, but student leaders recognize that there might be individuals who live in circumstances that they don't wish to broadcast where they live to their peers, or they have familial situations that they want to keep private, or some people just don't have a computer on their don't have a camera on their computer. So I really want to thank Kathy Scott for explaining this issue to our faculty so that they can continue to support our students in ways that they need. And lastly, I want to touch on the plan that I have as a student trustee to really enhance the way the student trustee connects with the student body. On the website, I want there to be a destination where students can find student leadership, what these student leaders do, how to get in contact with these student leaders, and a list on current board agenda items. So I want students to know what we're talking about on the Board of Trustee meetings, and I want them to weigh in on it and have a way to reach out to the student trustee and say, you know what, I actually do have an opinion on this. This plan really would strengthen the connection between student leaders and the student body, like for good. It's just an efficient way. I feel like a lot of people are on the website, and I think we just need to head towards giving them that resource. And so it'll also provide a stronger perspective to the student trustee on the needs and the opinions of the student body. So that's all I have for everyone today. So thank you so much for tuning in, and end of my reports.
Wonderful. Thank you, student trustee. Wonderful report. I do have a point of personal privilege. As we use good Robert's Rules of Order practice, my last name is Untuk. So technically, I'm Vice President Untuk, not Vice President Uduak, which is...
I know. I'm sorry. I noticed that too.
But it's okay.
Sorry about that.
It's only 5 letters. It's very difficult to say Uduak. And then Untuk is 4 letters, even shorter. So we all make mistakes. I have a 4-year-old. We listen to a lot of Thomas the Train. And so, accidents happen time and again, right? But no problem. I just wanted to make a point of order. And also, I just wanted to thank you for the excellent report. It's so nice to have an experienced trustee in her second term back with us, that you have insight on how to make the process in the campus better. I really appreciate the female voice that you mentioned. We're in a unique time in Long Beach. And here on the board, we have a female majority on the board. So you should have a lot of very willing board members to support your ideas. I love the idea. I'm very interested in supporting the series of workshops. And it sounds like intersectionality is a key component of that, of veterans and LGBT and women's rights. I think there's a lot of great content that can be put together there. So that's wonderful. I also want to give you kudos for recognizing Dr. Scott and the faculty, because we know the coronavirus is a very challenging time, that we're trying to be flexible, and no 2 people are in the same situation. So I can totally empathize when people might not have a family situation, or you're forced to be somewhere that you don't necessarily want to have to isolate and be away from the virus, but you might not be in a place that you can put on your camera. I didn't think of that. I've never taught in a pandemic. And so I want to thank Dr. Scott, but more also our faculty. We have a great faculty here at Long Beach City College who really try to go above and beyond to adapt, and they've done a great job of going online. And who knew that this would be an equity issue about cameras? Because I did not think of that. And so it's a student voice is really important. So thank you for that. And then love your idea about the student advocacy. We had something like that when I was at Long Beach State. Don't tell anybody, but I used to be in student government 20 years ago at Long Beach State. And we had an advocacy group of ambassadors. It's almost like the ambassador program, but for the college. So really good idea. And I think somebody does not have their mute on. If you're not talking right now, looks like Trustee Otto, you have 2 connections unmuted. That's giving some feedback. If you can just click the mute button real quick. Thank you so much. But just want to say, Trustee Jimenez, great idea. Happy to help. I think this might fall in the student services wheelhouse about website and advocacy. So Dr. Munoz might be another good advocate and ally to help make your idea become a reality. So thank you so much. We're going to move on to our next agenda item. We have agenda item 2.9, LBCCFA Bargaining President's Report. Do we have a president? I see a LBCCFA logo.
Yes.
Is that Diana?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Hi, Diana. The floor is yours. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I also want to commend our 2 student trustee and our ASB president. It's so nice to have students that are active and participating in the process. So it is nice to hear everything that the 2 of you have to say and your input and your contributions. So thank you, both of you. With that, I'd like to say it's the second week of the semester and the faculty are kind of getting into their groove now of their classes. We've had our first e-board meeting, executive board meeting last week, and we will have our first rep council meeting next week. And it was a little bit more than a year ago that I first stood before all of you as president of FA. And I had said that it takes a lot of people to actually form the association. And I am just the face, but I wanted to bring different individuals from FA forward and introduce them to you. So it's my pleasure this evening to have our secretary, Christina Guillen, who's from the English department, who's going to talk a little bit about her transition, March and this semester, and just a little bit of what the English department is doing. So, Christina, welcome.
Thanks, Diana. I do have a PowerPoint presentation for you. It's brief. So, good evening, Board President Malu Alu, and this is a great honor to speak before you and the Board of Trustees, Superintendent President Bynum, administrators, others, guests. First of all, I wanted to discuss what it was like in the English department when we transitioned to remote instruction. And so in mid-March, most of our classes were in person, so we were making a major transition. I mean, we do offer online courses in English, but they're only about 10% of our offerings. So the good thing is many of us in the English department already use Canvas regularly. We have web enhanced courses, and certainly students who benefited from them in fall of 2019 had a better transition in spring 2020 when we went to remote instruction. We did have technical issues. Students reported having trouble accessing computers, and obviously having reliable Wi-Fi. And I'm so grateful to Vice President Scott for all her efforts and really campus-wide to ensure that more of our students have access to computers and reliable Wi-Fi. Many of us in the English department just did our own surveys to find out what kind of accessibility students had. And we found out that there was heavy smartphone usage. And for someone who's in English, the thought of writing a paper on a smartphone was just really hard to fathom. And we really wanted to reach out and help students. We did multiple modalities, obviously Zoom sessions and asynchronous activities. It's interesting, I actually polled my English 3 class, which is a critical thinking, critical writing class. And most of them, 85%, wanted to remain asynchronous and not use Zoom. And they told me because they were on so many Zooms already. So it was just an interesting finding. I know that was with only one class. And then one thing that was extremely valuable, the Quest Online Readiness Workshop modules. Thank you to the ITDC for developing them. Even when we were asking students to complete the modules mid-semester. For spring 2020, just take one course, obviously, our transfer level English, 54% completed with a grade of C or higher. And then for our English 1 plus cohorts, 51%. That's an accelerated 6-unit composition course. And I have more data if you like. I can provide them to the board. Obviously, W's and EW's significantly impacted our success rates. But we, in the English department, felt like we were truly working toward helping as many students as possible. And one way that we were able to do that was through embedded tutoring. In the English 1 plus courses, and then other courses too. I had an embedded tutor for English 3, and I know that I had an extremely successful semester, 95% success rate, because I had an embedded tutor to help me. And through Zoom, that was possible. May I ask if I can go back a slide?
Yes,
Oh,
sir. Do you go by Dr. Guillen or just Christina?
Christina.
Yes, you're more than happy. And this is a great presentation, and we would love to have a PDF copy afterwards that we can post on the board docs as a record. The other folks can see the excellent presentation. So yes, go ahead and go back and please proceed.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, yes, go to faculty. I'm sorry, the faculty transition, next slide. I am the chair of the tech committee in the English department, and we had a meeting on the day before we went to mandated remote instruction. And one of my colleagues on the tech committee, she serves on various statewide committees, and she said that compared to what other colleges went through, you know, for us it was less like triage and more like a field hospital, because we mobilized right away in the English department. We created quick start guides on Canvas and Zoom, especially for faculty who weren't familiar with Zoom in particular. They may have had some Canvas experience. We had an English department Q&A discussion forum on Canvas. The Community of Practice group, first of all, they get together frequently and have sessions to help, especially students in English 105AX, an accelerated class, and then of course, English 1 Plus, an accelerated course. And they created a Q&A discussion forum as well, and a shared Google Doc, and continue training sessions to help and reach out to adjunct faculty especially. And then colleagues with Canvas certification, we decided we're helping our colleagues who weren't certified. And again, reaching out to adjunct faculty who had questions. And then of course, you know, it was intense preparation during the summer through FPD certification. I mean, I was already certified with TOS2, so I needed to do several of the training sessions to get up to speed. And I'm still learning about accessibility. I still have a ways to go, but I'm learning. Okay, speaking of the next slide, please. And then Campus Template for Beginners. This was something that Kirsten Moreno was part of. She worked with Cece Sadler and Michael Neal and Hussam to put this together for all faculty. And then of course it you know, was something we very much appreciated in English. We had faculty members from English participate in the curriculum audit. This is something that's worth mentioning because again, Kathy Scott has been a good or a proponent of OER and a great supporter of it. We had an increased number of faculty in English adopting OER or low cost or zero cost textbooks as a means of helping students out with the cost of books every semester. And it's not surprising. It's been a significant impact on workload, our preparation, web design, many emails to students, grading, the hardest parts, discussion forums, essays, and even some of the low stakes assignments. And then adding on, our service to the campus. But one way we try to help each other out, this is something that a colleague and I developed. We call it quality of life. It's not a committee, it's not a task force. It's just a group organizing social events for the English department so we can build collegiality and address concerns. And then the last slide, please. And then our continued efforts for fall, we're always working toward equity-minded pedagogy, I think especially through the community of practice. And I believe Jennifer Nellis presented her sabbatical project on multimodal assignments. We're using those. And again, the ongoing community of practice sessions. Some of them are actually titled group therapy because we sometimes need that to support one another and share. So thank you very much. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Christina. This is Vice President Ntuk from the board. I want to thank you for the presentation, and I also want to thank Diana for the partnership that we have with the Faculty Association. We didn't used to do this, surprisingly. Before I got on the board, this was a 3-minute quick rushed comment packed in with everybody else. You remember those days, Diana? Oh, how the world has turned. And so, one of the things that our goal is to have a faculty-friendly campus, but also to be one of the most desirable places for people to work, because we want to retain and recruit the best and the brightest at Long Beach City College. And so hearing your presentation today is outstanding. We had got a lot of kudos. Everybody really liked when folks got their doctorates done and they talked about multimodal learning and the different, Dr. Hunt talked about her equity research that she did. I was getting text messages saying, how can I get a copy? This is broadcast live on YouTube.
Right.
People will text me, how can I get a copy? And it's embedded in the agenda, right? So people are watching and it's making a difference. And I hear a lot of great things from Jerry about from the Academic Senate about the presentations around the state that people are learning from Long Beach City College. That we always talk about we're the equity center of Long Beach, but now we're going out and showing in our academics and our pedagogy. And I teach at Long Beach State, and I don't do English. I do a little easier class called thermodynamics in the chemical engineering department. I'm not teaching this semester, but I could not imagine having to go online in the middle of a pandemic. And I don't have any of my content ready for online or Canvas. We use Blackboard at Long Beach State, not Canvas, but it's like, oh my God, what a struggle. What a struggle. So we can't say thank you enough. Also, that you noted a big issue, I think it went viral last week, about the kids at the McDonald's. I don't know if you saw that the talk about the digital divide. You were talking about how can you imagine an English class, an English paper you're writing on a mobile phone?
Right.
You know about equity and you know about people of color. Half of people of color who are low income access the internet through a mobile device, usually a mobile phone. So, we're a super majority students of color, and we're a super majority eligible for FAFSA and the College Promise waiver. Most of our students are having access problems. So I'm not surprised to hear people are trying to type papers on a cell phone, which I can never imagine. Right. But there was a viral video last week about 2 students outside of a McDonald's trying to do their homework because they didn't have internet.
Mm-hmm.
And so the challenges in the pandemic of teaching, outcomes, even having engagement where you can't even talk to people one-on-one like when you walk around the classroom. It's so different. No one has ever had to do this before. Not in modern America, not in the internet era has this ever happened. So, you hit on all the marks that are out there that we're trying to work on some really unique ways that hopefully we can help address the digital divide. I know Senator Lena Gonzalez, who represents us here in Long Beach, is working on a bill that I think might help us. So I'll talk to FA folks about that later. But man, you hit on some big things. I really like, my dad's from Nigeria, so I know about the African traditions. And so you talked about those who had Canvas certificates were helping those who didn't. That's called the Sankofa approach. Reaching back and lifting up, right? That's Sankofa, right? That's part of the African tradition. So I was really grateful to hear that you talk about that we have to look out for each other in these challenging times. And so it's really good to hear that, I don't think anybody from the management told you to do that. I don't think any department said you must do that. It's great to hear we're just doing it on our own because we have that kind of collegial, collaborative environment. So thank you for that. And lastly, you mentioned OER. I don't know if you remember our student trustee last year, Trustee Jones, Mr. Donnell Jones, who's now at UC Berkeley. Student trustee Jimenez, he set a high bar. He's at UC Berkeley now. I don't know where you're going to go, to Harvard or where, but he's at UC Berkeley. But he wanted to do OER as a policy, and we did a workshop together, and there were some staff transitions. That would be another great item I think students would love to formalize. How do we do free and low cost books, especially digital books now that we're in the pandemic? It's a student debt issue. We can help you. Come to Long Beach City College. We got digital books. We can lower your student debt, and you still learn and graduate virtually. Man, our enrollment will be through the roof. So thank you so much for that presentation. Do you have anything else, Claire, to share with us today?
I was just going to thank Christina.
Okay, Anna, go ahead. It's all yours.
Yeah, I was just going to thank Christina again for that very comprehensive presentation. And I appreciate it, Christina. Also, I'd like to thank the board for, giving us time. There was a time here where FA didn't have any opportunity to speak. So thank you to the board. And I'd also like to give a shout out to my vice president, Dr. Munoz, for also helping with the laptops and the distribution of the laptops. So have to do that to my VP too. So thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much, Diana. And we appreciate you bringing the diversity of voices to the board every month. I think everyone has a unique perspective, and we really appreciate that. Thank you so much. We're going to move on. Next on the agenda, we have our classified bargaining unit, AFT. We're going to agenda item 2.10 or 2.10. Do we have Mr. Remetta? Is he with us today?
Yes, sir.
The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Vice President Untuck. I really appreciate it, and I appreciate all the board members for all you do, and I want to thank all of you for the support you've given Classified this year. And I just wanted to report on some of the things that are going on this semester. And it's been an interesting start. We're moving along quite well, but a lot of people have been helping in other areas that they normally haven't been traditionally at, and that causes a little conflict at times. But we all keep the students in mind, and we're all focused on getting our Vikings through this challenging time. And as we're entering or completing the second week, we're almost there. So things are starting to smooth out. We are doing walkways have been set up for each direction. So we're keeping people separate, and everything is going well. I haven't heard of any real major issues at the moment. So I just want to thank management and everyone for all the time we put in to make this happen. And the semester so far, I'd like to report, as far as Classified concerned, has been going quite well. And thank all of you. You have a good night.
Thank you, Mr. Remetta. Appreciate the report. And I'm looking forward to doing the COVID-19 walkways next time I'm on campus to see that I can stay healthy as I'm traveling around campus. So thank you for that update.
Thank you.
Next, we have CHI, the certificate hourly instructors, on agenda item 2.11. Do we have a representative to speak today?
We did not receive a written report, and I don't see him present. So.
Okay, and tell me the name of the new president for CHI.
Curtis Williams.
Curtis Williams. We'll have to work on making sure we got him at the next meeting. All right, well, thank you so much. We'll move on to our next agenda item, which is 2.12, reordering the agenda. Is there any items on the agenda that we might consider reordering because of time or presentations, or someone has another item that they need to do? I'll open the floor to any of the trustees or Superintendent President Bynum. Hearing none, we will move forward then and not reorder the agenda. And we're going to go to section 3.1, Superintendent President's Report. Superintendent Bynum, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice President Ntuk, and good evening, President Malauulu and trustees and everybody who could join us. It's hard to believe that we're in the second week of the fall semester, but I have a few things I want to share with you. But before I do, I want to talk about our college's ongoing commitment to students and excellence. You know, higher education has always faced challenges. However, I don't think there's ever been such a time in our history as this when our institution has had to adapt to so many changes that cause enormous disruption. The pandemic, the immediate transition to remote and online learning that had everybody from administrators, faculty, and staff hustling, the state's budget situation, a social unrest brought about by racial inequities in all phases of life, and working in a new normal that is actually no longer new for us. Our faculty, staff, and administrators have met this challenge and more. When called upon, they've shown great adaptability, resiliency, innovation, and an unrelenting appreciation for what this means for the students that we serve. I'm so proud to serve them while we work together to continuously improve our teaching and learning for students. I want to thank them for their support and for their love for the college and the students that we serve. This is what makes LBCC the great college that it is, and we should all be really proud of this effort, and I know we are. So far, our fall semester is off to a great start, knock on wood. Thank you to all the faculty and staff for their efforts in preparing to welcome our new and returning Vikings to campus. We've had a few hiccups, but for the most part, things are going well. I have a couple of things that I'd like to say about some community leaders, if I may, tonight. Dr. Beverly O'Neill had a 90th birthday party yesterday. She's very important to us at Long Beach City College. Dr. O'Neill was born and raised in Long Beach and attended local schools, including Long Beach Poly, LBCC, and CSULB. Some of us know Beverly O'Neill as Dr. O'Neill based on her tenure as LBCC's superintendent president. During that time, she received two of the profession's highest awards, Outstanding Administrator Award from the Association of American Community College Administrators and Regional Chief Executive Officer Award from the Association of Community College Trustees. She was also inducted into the LBCC Hall of Fame in 1976. Some others know Beverly O'Neill as Mayor O'Neill from her tenure as Long Beach Mayor from 1994 to 2006. Mayor O'Neill has the distinction of being Long Beach's only three-term citywide elected mayor. However, you know Dr. O'Neill, I know you join me and all of us in wishing her a happy 90th birthday and best wishes from the LBCC Viking family. I would also like to mention to you that longtime Lakewood City Council member Diane Dubois announced her retirement from the City Council effective September 1st. Her retirement culminates a combined 43 years of public service to Lakewood and the surrounding communities, 15 years as a council member, including 3 years of mayor, and 28 years as a planning and environmental commissioner for the city of Lakewood. I know we all congratulate and thank Diane for her contributions to our community and support of LBCC. Last night, the Lakewood City Council moved to fill her vacancy by appointing Planning and Environmental Commissioner Vicki Stuckey to the City Council. Congratulations to Diane Dubois on her retirement, and congratulations to Council Member Stuckey on her appointment. I also want to mention that we were saddened to learn of the recent passing Hall of Fame coach Lute Olson. Coach Olson became the head coach at Long Beach City College in 1969 and led his Viking teams to a 103-22 record over 4 seasons and captured the 1971 JC Championship. He entered the NCAA coaching ranks in 1973 at Cal State Long Beach. Then he went to the University of Iowa as head coach for 9 years and then on to spend 24 seasons at the University of Arizona. He first took the Wildcats to the NCAA tournament during the second season in Tucson to start a string of 25 straight appearances. He had a career record of 780 versus 280 in 34 years as a Division I coach. I would like to request of our board that we adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Coach Lute Olson, who started his career, and we're proud to say, at Long Beach City College. I hope everyone had a chance to attend College Day 2020, held on August 28th. Our time is now. Building pathways to full equity and inclusion was our theme, and the keynote address by Dr. Jennifer Taylor Mendoza and Professor Jeremy Wallace was very well received. It was great to see the collage of new employees, those who have received some promotions, remarks from campus leadership, photos and videos of the college's accomplishments. For those who'd like to listen to the presentation again, the program is still available on the College Day page at the LBCC website. And again, I'd like to thank the College Planning Committee, who put a lot of work into this. And not only did they have to do it again, but they had to do it in a virtual environment, which created another set of issues that they had to deal with. But they did a great job, and they helped to make it a very great success. Everybody should know that as part of our safety commitment to our employees, LBCC face masks and safety protocol cards will soon be mailed to each employee. So please wait for that. It'll be nice to have a mask that has the LBCC logo on it. I want to share some enrollment statistics with you also. We currently have 23,401 students enrolled and are down 3.5%. This isn't unusual compared to the rest of the colleges around us. All of them are suffering the same, anywhere from 3 or 4 to 8 or 10%. But I also just want to say that students who may be dropping out and want to get into other classes typically go from class to class if they're here in person, but they will need to email their instructors for permission to get into class. So if everybody can help send that message, I think that would be great. We have a banner running on the website with the theme, "It's Not Too Late," and we're going to be pushing late start classes next week. Our non-credit enrollment, typically 4 to 5% of our enrollment, is down about 2.5%. This is largely due to the fact that we aren't at community sites like we typically are because they're closed due to the pandemic. On Tuesday, September 1st, I joined Mayor Garcia, LBUSD, Dr. Jill Baker, and CSULB, Dr. Jane Connolly, and a press conference to make our pledge to improve education and the college promise for Black students and other students of color. I was proud to be with our College Promise partners to renew our commitment, and we are going to work to put a racial equity lens on the Long Beach College Promise. While equity, access, and opportunity have long been our goals for students, for us, and for students at Long Beach City College, we find ourselves at an important time in our history. During the press conference, I stated that Long Beach City College will make every effort to make changes within our own institution. We are at a time right now that requires all of us at the college to exercise more leadership and put a laser focus on the importance of diversity and racial inclusion at all levels. This is a call to action that will take serious reflection by the entire campus community, and we are looking forward to start a college-wide dialogue on these issues very soon now in the next couple of weeks. I'm also excited to announce that we're getting closer to the virtual grand opening of the Labor Center at the Pacific Coast campus. Everybody's invited to attend by watching the YouTube premiere on Thursday, September 24th at 11 a.m. The event will cover a short history of the labor movement, and you will hear from notable speakers in the program, including our own board president, Mala Ulu, and labor activist, Loris Huerta. We're also happy to share that we've decorated the exterior of the Labor Center with beautifully designed window coverings, so you won't miss it when we're all back on campus. We sent an email invitation to all staff and invited guests, and our team will continue promoting the event over the next couple of weeks. We hope that you will all join us in celebrating this virtual grand opening of the Labor Center. I want to say a little bit about legislation. Just as an update, on August 31st, the California legislature concluded a complex legislative session against the backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic. My office will continue to monitor bills that have been submitted to Governor Newsom for his approval and his signature and what impact they may have on Long Beach City College. We're in the process of sending copies of the board-approved resolutions on Props 15 and 16 to our local, state, and federal delegation, as well as local media outlets. I was also pleased from a federal standpoint. We had done some outreach to Senator Feinstein, and we received a letter from her acknowledging the advocacy letter that we sent. Senator Feinstein is a co-sponsor of the Coronavirus Child Care and Education Relief Act, which would provide $132 billion to help colleges and universities deliver high-quality education, implement new public health protocols, and provide students with needed emergency financial aid. The bill right now awaits consideration by the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, of which she isn't a member. But she also mentioned in her correspondence that she joined her Senate colleagues in sending 2 letters to Senate leadership requesting that the next coronavirus relief package include $47 billion in financial support for students and institutions of higher learning, and $15.1 billion to support workforce training and assistance programs. I also would like to mention tonight that the district's Citizen Oversight Committee, which oversees district bond projects, the financial data for that is seeking a new member to represent the local business community. Applications are being accepted and are due by Friday, October 2nd. Applicants must be at least 18 years of age, reside within the LBCCD boundary, which includes the cities of Avalon, Lakewood, Signal Hill, and Long Beach, and they need to be current members of a local business community. Either they're a business owner or they're a member of a chamber of commerce or a business improvement district. The Board of Trustees will be asked to approve a new member at its October 28th meeting. The term of service is for the new appointee will be from October 29, 2020 to June 30th, 2022. And complete information about the bond measures, the COC, and the application form can be found on our website, /citizens-oversight-committee. Also, I want to mention, and I kudos to Trustee Baxter for this, I hope everyone will attend the virtual Helping Homeless Student fundraiser on September 13th. I know Dr. Baxter will be mentioning this in her report later on, but I wanted to encourage our campus community as well to attend this fundraiser and support a very worthy cause. And last, I just want to share with the board that the request for proposal for the president's superintendent president search the search firm will go out in the next week, and we're hoping, and we figure it'll take probably 60 days at least to complete the process, and we hope to bring a suggested recommended member to the Board of Trustees in the December meeting. So I'm happy, that's the end of my report. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Bynum. This is Vice President Ntuk. Thank you for that comprehensive report. I really appreciate it. And I think you're getting better and better every month. It's getting smoother. And it's good to embed the how to sign up to be a potential bond citizen appointee. So thank you for that. I do just want to take a point of personal privilege and some items you mentioned. I am the first African American male ever elected to the Long Beach Community College Board of Trustees. I think you know that. I'm not sure that everyone knows that, and it's a little bit of history. But I'm not the first. There was Patricia Laughlin. She was the first African American elected in the late '90s. I want to say she was 1996 or 1995 to 1999. That was when I was a student. I actually have her signature on my AA diploma, ironically, from about 25 years ago or so, from when I was a student. But I just wanted to say, as the only African-American member of the board, how important it is to me. And when I say that, me as a larger community, because I am not here alone. I did not get on the board by myself. But I am a representative of the larger Pan-African, African-American diaspora here in Long Beach in the region, that we appreciate the work that everyone is doing on campus. The Black Lives Matter movement has been identified as the largest civil rights movement since the 1965 civil rights movement. And actually is now the newly been called the Black Lives Matter Revolution. That there has been no time in American history have issues of Blackness been addressed, even though it has happened for centuries. What we see on video and experiencing and the murders and different events. But I just wanted to take a point there to say thank you for everyone's efforts, whether you're in the academic senate or you're a student or you're in janitorial services. While we are talking about Black Lives Matter right now, and that's the center point of what Superintendent Bynum shared, we know that what we're learning and the changes we're making for the Black community is going to help everybody. It's going to help the Latino community. It's going to help the API, the LGBT. I just wanted to say, and I hope there's no confusion, that the focus on Black Lives Matter and Black students and Black faculty and Black employees and the lack of resources and issues, because some people don't think it's real. Some people think that it's Black people's fault that they have the conditions they live in, which is not true. The gentleman who was shot in the back 7 times in front of his children, I don't think for not listening to police that was the warranted response to have him on the steering wheel of his car in front of his kids. That was, he did not deserve that. But I wanted to take a moment of personal privilege because we as an institution, as a board, never recognized Black History Month until February 2019. And I think that's important. We do it annually now. We've been making changes. We've already made progress. One of my early actions was requiring then Superintendent President Romali to start the President's Task Force on Race and Equity and to begin working with USC on their Center on Race and Equity before the pandemic, before Black Lives Matter was cool and okay to talk about and put as a screensaver, because Black Lives Matter has been around for a long time. It used to be called the Civil Rights Movement. It used to be called criminal justice reform. It's not new. It just has a new name today. And so I just want to say, thank you for everyone who's participated in the task force. The work is not over. We have not reached the mountaintop. Dr. King never solved racism. That is an American mythology. And just in closing, we did adopt the framework for reconciliation as a board, and that is a policy of this institution. And that comes out another great African tradition of Nelson Mandela. It was not an accident that the city, that the college district, and now the school district is adopting this. We have adopted this at the state. When Nelson Mandela was let out of Robbins Island after 24 years of oppression from the apartheid Afrikaans, he did not come out with revenge. He did not try to murder every person he saw who had white skin tone. He came at it with love and truth and reconciliation. That is where the Truth and Reconciliation came from, was the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And that is the basis of what we are doing on campus, because we have had injustices on our campus. We live in America. Racism is here amongst us, and it does not have to be here. It is a social construct. It is not based in biology or science. And so I just want to thank you, Superintendent President Bynum, for your work, for your efforts. You are one of many that are working on the campus. I've talked to Dr. Garcia about, redoing the college promise with a racial equity lens. Imagine that if next semester in Prop 16 passes and Prop 209 is repealed, that we can focus on students of color and their academic achievements to transfer and make it a college promise for all. Imagine that is possible here in the next few months. And that's going to help everybody, not just Black students, but Latino students, Asian students, white students, because if you're poor, you have the same lower outcomes for graduation, for transfer, for certificates. And so we have more in common than we have difference. And I think you've really demonstrated that, Superintendent President Bynum. And I just wanted to take a minute of personal privilege to thank you for your efforts to address the inequality that exists within Black students, Black faculty, Black employees, and in our community, because it matters. And I think we're making a difference, and I think we're going in the right direction. And I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you. I have a lot to be proud of, because I work with an incredible team of faculty, staff, and administrators at the college, and they're amazing how they've come together over this too.
Trustee Ntuk, may I have the floor for a moment, please?
President Malauulu, it is my pleasure to give you the floor. Please proceed.
Thank you. You're doing a great job of running the meeting. I just want to just touch upon Vice President Bynum's report, and also I echo your sentiments that I think it was a very comprehensive report. I appreciate it. And when she talked about the RFP going out for the search agency that will be conducting our new presidential search, that the thought that she will continue in this capacity for the next few months as we go through that, I think is welcome for everybody. Superintendent President Bynum, you have brought a certain level of stability to the district that we can all agree on is highly appreciated. I also want to thank you and the staff. I'm very excited about the Labor Center coming to fruition, and I do hope that all constituent groups and all representatives on campus have had an opportunity to provide input. I know that the communications team, as well as other departments on campus, have been working very hard on it. I'm excited about the grand opening, even if it will be a Zoom thing and remote. Just thinking of the possibilities of what it could provide for the community, especially in these turbulent times, especially with so many people out of work, is to be able to provide support, both in history and knowledge and in service. So I'm very grateful for that. And you also touched upon many other things like Dr. Beverly O'Neill, her birthday, and just thank you for the comprehensive report. And I know that we have a long agenda, and we shouldn't comment on every single item on the agenda because it'll, belabor the point. But I just really wanted to stress that and say thank you for your leadership. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I appreciate your support.
Thank you, President Malauulu. Do we have any other trustees that make any comments? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to section 4 presentations. We have agenda item 4.1 on annual planning update. I believe we have Dr. Van Valkenburg that has a presentation on, and also Jennifer Holgram, Director of Planning, to provide update for us on annual planning. Do we have the PowerPoint ready? There it goes. The floor is yours. Can we, Heather, Jennifer, can you hear us? Can we hear you?
Yes. Yes. Okay. We are here. Thank you so much, Vice President Ntuk, President Malauulu, Board of Trustees, ISP Bynum, VPs, faculty, administrators, classified professionals, the community at large, and of course our students. As VP Ntuk said, I'm Dr. Heather Van Valkenburg, the Dean of Institutional Effectiveness, and with me tonight is Jennifer Holmgren, our Director of Planning. We are going to provide you with an update on the college's planning process, and we give this update each September to close the loop on last year's annual planning process and the associated resource requests, and to kick off this year's planning process. So I thought it would be great to give you an overview of planning at the college. And so at the pinnacle is our strategic plan with 4 main goals, which I am sure you know, but I will also bring them up on the next slide. The strategic plan provides a high-level focus and guidance to direct the college towards meeting its mission, which at its core is to provide equitable access to a quality education. The current strategic plan will be ending in 2022. So next year, we will be ramping up the planning for a new strategic plan. So that is something we all have to look forward to. Related to our strategic plan is the California Community Chancellor's Office Vision for Success, which the Chancellor's Office refers to as their guiding North Star for the community college system. Similar to our strategic plan, the Vision Success is also intended to guide the community college system through 2022. There are 5 key goals for the Vision for Success that I will also display on the next slide. But first, I also want to just talk about the relationship of our annual planning process. That is a cyclical process that all constituents at the college engage in over the course of the year. So we reflect on data on student outcomes, we identify meaningful improvements, and ultimately we align our funding to achieve the goals designed to improve the experience of our students and to expand the educated citizenry for the Long Beach community. Next slide, please. As I said, here we have our plan. So for our 4 main goals of our strategic plan are, of course, innovate to achieve equitable student success, accelerate college readiness and close equity gaps, build community and invest in people and support structures for transformation. And for vision for success, we have reduced equity gaps for the following items, which include increased completions, increased transfers to the UCs and CSUs, decrease the average units completed by LBCC students earning associate degrees, and increase the percent of CTE students employed in their field of study. So LBCC's strategic plan goals are structured to focus on intentionality and direction, which the vision for success goals in contrast are focused on measurable outcomes. Just as our metrics on the strategic plan are measurable, and we presented an update on these in January 2020, which I know feels like an eternity ago, but it actually was just 6 months ago, I guess 7 months ago. Likewise, the Chancellor's Office also has the intentionality and direction framework that they use to set these more measurable goals for the vision for success. These goals were introduced at the board meeting in April 2019. And so now for some good news. Next slide, Dario. Thank you. I know what you were thinking, but let me tell you. So the intentionality and direction embodied in our strategic plan aligns completely with the measurable goals in the vision for success. So I know this looks like a mess, but the point is that either directly or indirectly, each of our strategic plan goals align with the vision for success goals. Furthermore, the metrics specified by the vision for success are also reflected in our annual planning process. Next slide, please. So the annual planning process is structured to be data-driven. Academic programs review data for each goals related to student outcomes, and for each of these goals, faculty, department heads, and deans, as well as others on campus, have access to summary dashboards. Based on trends in the data and content expertise of faculty, programs identify activities that help to improve the students' experience at the college, aligned with the strategic plan, and therefore also with the vision for success. In fact, to help ensure that alignment was explicit, we added time to completion, which you recall was one of the goals for the vision for success. We added that to the summary dashboards this year. Additionally, I have to give a shout out to my team in IE because the research team worked tirelessly over the summer to develop summary dashboards for the student services areas and to ensure that their annual planning cycle is consistent and data-driven as well. Finally, the annual planning process really provides a structure by which the college makes budgetary decisions that ensure that resources are allocated where needed. Next slide, please. So finally, this year during College Day, as part of the kickoff for planning, which is one of the things we do during College Day, the college highlighted course success rates and the inequities inherent in them. So I know we have shared these data before with the Board of Trustees in the past. And is also one of the metrics, course success rates, is also one of the metrics in our annual planning process. But this year for College Day, we wanted to really think and challenge ourselves about reframing how we present that information. So first of all, it's really important that we measure the inequities that we see against our white students, right, when we're measuring it, because our white students haven't experienced the systemic racism, the many examples of which VP Intuck just described. Likewise, it's also important that we conceptualize these inequities as an obligation gap, and that it is our obligation to improve these experiences and outcomes for our students. Likewise, we typically present course success rates as a percentage. Now, percentages can seem abstract and impersonal. So one of the other things that we wanted to do is reframe that in terms of actual numbers of students. So for example, we see that our African-American students have a course success rate that is actually 17% lower than our white students. And to ensure that that is equitable, we actually need to support 1,980 of our African-American students on their path to success. So overall, the planning process gives us guidance as a college to engage with our data and have conversations about meaningful change. So I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Heather. So following the documents that were shared on College Day for course success, at each level of planning, at the program, department, school, and vice president levels, faculty, staff, and managers, sorry, I meant to say next slide. So faculty, staff, and managers focus on closing equity gaps by analyzing data provided in Tableau. One goal that faculty and service areas are working toward is closing equity gaps in our completions. So the graph that you're seeing on the screen right now is a screenshot from our completions dashboard, which is utilized in our planning process. While faculty can drill down to view data for their specific awards, this graph is showing college-wide completions by ethnicity. Using the graph, you can compare annual completions by ethnicity to our college demographics as a whole for the past 2 years. You can see that each bar represents each student ethnicity in a given year. And the black vertical lines at the end of those bars represent where our completions should be for each group if equity gaps were closed. The different colors in the graph represent whether completions are over or underrepresented for student groups by ethnicity. For overall completions in 2019-20, our Hispanic Latino students were slightly overrepresented, as you can see by the green bar, while our Black African American students were underrepresented in completions, as displayed by the pink bar. As a result of analyzing this data, areas at each level of the planning process determine new, modified, or continuing activities that they will engage in for the coming year to close equity gaps in completions and request resources that may be needed to accomplish their goal. Next slide, please. Another example of how our planning process is focused on addressing inequities is through course success rates. This screenshot of our success rate Tableau dashboard shows an example of how a faculty member would view the data for planning. Faculty would select a course taught in their discipline individually, like the course displayed on the screen, and see differences in student success rates by ethnicity for that specific course. The different colored circles indicate each student group to visually identify inequities. For this course, our white and Asian students are the highest performing, as indicated by the dark blue and yellow circles. As you can see by the green, red, teal, and turquoise circles, African American, Hispanic Latino, Native American, and Pacific Islander student success rates fall below the 70% success rates of white students. Based on the analysis of inequities and course success at each level of planning, areas determine how well they are making progress toward closing equity gaps and establish, modify, or continue planned activities toward the goal. If new resources are identified as needed to implement the activities, they are requested through the planning process. Next slide, please. So as Heather mentioned, we have a variety of planning dashboards that also encourage a focus on closing equity gaps for many other student achievement and student learning metrics. And I've listed a few examples on this slide. We also have an example with the screenshot of our transfers dashboard, which is also used in planning and shows how the demographics of our college-wide annual transfers compare to our demographics as a whole for the past 2 years, with each bar representing a different student group by ethnicity. So for our overall transfers in 2019-20, which you can see at the top here, our white and Asian students were overrepresented in transfers, and that's represented by the green bars, and our Hispanic, Latino, and Black African American students were underrepresented in transfers as displayed by the pink bars. Next slide, please. So after our goals are set based on data analysis, the activities are determined, and resource requests are prioritized at each level, the planning process culminates in the development of what we call institutional priorities for the coming year. And this is done at a joint College Planning Council Budget Advisory Committee meeting each spring. These institutional priorities arise from a discussion of vice president level goals and priorities and are aligned with the strategic plan and Chancellor's Office vision for success. On the slide, you can see the 2020-21 institutional priorities established this past May. Most of them are the same as last year, but our final 2 priorities were new and developed in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. These priorities inform our budget assumptions for both our tentative and our adopted budgets. Next slide, please. And at each level of the planning process, like I mentioned earlier, new resources are also requested and prioritized based on the impact that they would have on moving forward the goals and the plans. At the institutional level, President's Cabinet determines which resources will be prioritized for funding in the tentative and adopted budgets for the coming year, based on how closely those align with our institutional priorities. So in this slide, you can see the institutional priorities on the left, and then some examples of new and continuing resource allocation that arose and were prioritized through our planning process for funding with our adopted budget. And I know the adopted budget presentation is coming up a little later on the agenda, so you'll hear more about our budget and resource allocation then. Next slide. So thank you so much for the opportunity to present this update on our annual planning process.
Wonderful. Thank you, Heather and Jennifer. These are excellent presentations, and I appreciate your partnership and co-presenting tonight. I'm going to open the floor for any of the trustees that have any questions about the material they just saw. Any trustees, do you have any questions?
Vice President Untuck?
Dr. Baxter, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to publicly thank Jennifer and Heather and the Office of Institutional Effectiveness. When we began looking at the homeless student situation, we asked them to perform a survey, which they did, showing that around 500 Long Beach City College students are homeless. And then just this year, actually before the COVID in the fall, they took all the students that we had helped, ran them through the database, and issued a report, which I shared with the trustees either last month or the month before. And this is important, and it goes back to what Jennifer and Heather were talking about with planning, showing that our goal is to get students across that graduation line, and that helping homeless students facilitates that. So that's one effect of the report that they provided. Also, it helps us when we're applying for grants to show the viability of our program and the success of our program. So I just wanted to publicly thank both Heather and Jennifer and all the staff in their office.
Thank you, Dr. Baxter. That was wonderful. Any feedback, Heather or Jennifer?
No, thank you so much for the kind words, and I will definitely relay that to the team. I appreciate it.
Great.
Thank you, Jenny.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I do see Trustee Otto would like to go. Trustee Otto, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. Very, very nice presentation about what the process is, the local process is, and how we interact with the statewide goals. I know this report wasn't intended to talk about the metrics or how we measure these things. It really talks about what the priorities are going to be. And you report to us periodically on the metrics and things like that. Have you developed ideas under your slide on 2021 institutional priorities, talks about maintaining fiscal viability? I know we're checking off things and saying this may help us do that, but is there any measurement of those things yet, or is that yet to come? Is that a cryptic question?
Yeah, that's a cryptic question. So I think maybe I'm going to try and see if I can repeat the question back to you. So I think what I'm hearing is there a way that we are measuring that the activities that we're doing not only support student success, but are also activities that are fiscally sound? Is that sort of what you're...
That may be in light of that, the one particular priority that I meant, but I'm more generally interested in, you say we're going to do these things because these things look like they're going to help us do it. The question is, having done them, because we've now picked them and done them, how do we know whether they're helping us?
Okay, yeah. So activities at the college regularly go through an evaluation process. So as a great example, I'm going to call up some of the work that the student services teams have done. And so, when Dr. Munoz came in, there were some changes made in some of the student services areas. In terms of staffing and programmatic decisions. And then we see, based on that, increases in our direct high school matriculants. And we also see increases in student populations that are underrepresented. So, for example, increases in our African-American students from those direct high school matriculants. And so in that sense, we see as part of our regular review process of data that those efforts have been effective and are worth the investment, because that way we can see that, our students are benefiting. So is that kind of getting at what you're asking?
I'm not asking for hard metrics on all the priorities or things, but I know you start off with institutional, you start off with what it looks like, and then you say, as a result of that, here are our institutional priorities. And then you say, we need to do things to address these institutional priorities. You identify steps or things that you believe will work. And I'm I know the planning process is complicated and you do this, but in the end, what you want to be able to do is to say, so this is what we did to attract and retain a diverse workforce. And here's what happened. And it's the what happened question that's not this report. I understand that completely, but I think it's important to be able to tell people in the district, both on campus and off, that this is what we're shooting for. This is how we're doing it. And this is where we got to, basically. Is that?
Yeah, no, I see that ISP Bynum's unmuted, and so I welcome you to also respond, but I'm thinking this might be an opportunity to work and figure out additional presentations in future that kind of help explicate some of that. But
yeah, thank you, Heather. One of the things that we do in the College Planning Committee is look and evaluate at the end of the year the institutional priorities that were set the year before, the work that the various committees do. We take a look and we align those with the strategic plan. We align them with budgeting. What we're going to be doing, we have a college planning committee coming up this week, and we will be talking about where we're headed this coming year and what we want to put in place to see how we can measure our effectiveness with the priorities that we set. The 6 priorities that you saw in a slide there, 4 of them were from last year. We added 2 more to them. Our charge is going to be to figure out, okay, how we're going to be able to measure those and know exactly what you're saying, Trustee Otto. Are the things that we're doing, are the priorities that we set, are they the right ones? Are we making a difference? What things are making a difference in them? There's a whole set of tactical things that fall under each VP area that relate to the strategic plan and the goals that are set. And, sometimes we'll have to tweak those and reevaluate whether or not they're worthwhile. Business process review, for example, that sounds kind of esoteric, but when you take a look at streamlining the processes internally and in the college for us to be able to do our work, as well as externally for students who have to navigate our process. If we are effective at streamlining that, then we should be able to see greater increases of accessibility, enrollments from those students. The applications turn into orientation, turns into matriculation, turns into enrollment. So all of those things are part of what we looked at. I think one of the things that we probably want to do is figure out a way to put those in some kind of coherent way for the board to evaluate and look at that at the end of the year as we evaluate and look at it in our college planning committee. Because sometimes you can get so drilled down into the details that you lose sight of what we're doing. We have to be able to pull ourselves up from all of the tactics and the objectives and look at the goals that we've set and see, okay, what does that look like? We should see increases in the data that you saw tonight, the examples that Jennifer and Heather showed you. If we don't see increases in African-American students from year to year, if we don't see it in our other ethnic groups, then we're doing something wrong. The challenge is figuring out what it is that we're doing wrong and don't keep doing the same thing and getting the same results. So that's what the CPC is going to be focusing on this year. And we're going to have a conversation about that on tomorrow. Thursday, if that helps.
Thank you.
Can I just say something, maybe, and Tuck?
Trustee Jimenez, please hold for 1 minute. I think, I'm not sure we get the last question from the previous trustee. Trustee Otto, were you finished with your questions and commentary?
It was a very quick comment, and that is, and I get it. I would just amplify what you said about the business process reviews, which is, we decided to look at, with design thinking and other things, financial aid, and we turned that all around to what was really almost an embarrassment at one time, and said, hey, look at it from what the student comes. He comes here and he enrolls, and he's wondering about if he's going to get his financial aid and when he's going to get it, whether it's in time to pay his rent and all that. And by looking at these business processes, we can make a better college experience that will graduate more students earlier and diversely. And so I understand it at those levels. And I'm like I said, I know this is not that report. This is a report that says, hey, this is what we're shooting for. And this is how we're organizing it in terms of priorities. And that was all I was going to say. Very good report.
Thank you, Trustee Otto. We're going to go now to student trustee Jimenez has a question. We welcome the student voice. Trustee Jimenez, the floor is yours.
Yes, it's not really a question, but rather a statement. I'm really grateful to actually go to a school or a college where the staff and faculty work so hard to bridge equity gaps. And I just really appreciate Heather and Jennifer for giving us that presentation, especially for me, graphs just make it all the more, visual to understand, and so I'm really grateful that you guys put that together. And even for the public that is watching at this time, it really helps us understand the circumstances that we are facing today and what we need to do to step forward. And I'm really thankful for President Bynum, who just comes up with ideas upon ideas to, get things going and make things more efficient. And so I just wanted to say that, and I'm really grateful to represent the school. So thank you.
Thank you, student trustee Jimenez. And my apologies if it was a comment and not a question. Either one is welcome. And we do appreciate your input. And I concur. Data visualization and graphs and plots and the different kinds make it much easier to tell the story of the data. And we have been on a long journey, and I think our trajectory is upward. And it's great when the data can support that. So thank you very much for your contribution, Jenna. Is there any other questions from any other trustees before we move on? All right, seeing and hearing none. Heather and Jennifer, thank you so much for the presentation. I found it greatly illuminating and appreciate your ongoing work and partnership. And as you heard from our student trustee, we want our students to love Long Beach City College. We wanted to change their lives so they can be very successful alumni and hopefully one day give back to the college with a financial contribution to our student scholarship awards or to the foundation, right? One day, right? So that's our big goal. All right, thank you so much. We're going to move on to our next agenda. Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Jen. Next, we're going to be hearing from our equity update. I believe we're going to go to Jean Duran, Kristen Olson. We have our classified. Am I on the wrong item?
Faculty and staff diversity report.
Yes. Oh yeah, I'm there. I am there. 4.2. That's what I'm talking about. Jean Duran, Kristen Olson, and Jennifer Ramos. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So I would just like to introduce, as mentioned, Kristen Olson, our Associate Vice President of Human Resources. And in addition, Jennifer Ramos, our Executive Director of Classified Human Resources, who will present to the board, to the institution, and to the public that we serve, our 2019-2020 Faculty and Staff Diversity Report. Take it away.
Thank you, VP Duran. Good evening, board members, superintendent, vice presidents, and audience members. My name is Kristen Olson, and I am the Associate Vice President of Human Resources. If it pleases the board, I'd like to call your attention to the annual Faculty and Staff Diversity Report. If you can turn your attention now to the first slide entitled Select Inclusion and Diversity Enhancement Initiatives. This slide outlines some of the strategies that are implemented within the 2019-2020 fiscal year, which I will now review. Retention and cultural impact. As we know, efforts at diversity do not stop upon selection. Precise recruitment and selection techniques are critical for this initiative and purpose. The next step then becomes retention efforts and culture impact. Toward this end, we implemented some of the following during the 2019-20 academic year: the Diversity Speaker Series in partnership with the Anti-Defamation League, with topics including weaponizing bias and interrupting, why words matter, power and privilege. We also worked on the vision for success for classified employees with topics including understanding implicit stereotypes and biases. We also worked on diversity and inclusion initiatives report, which was our first report in this capacity. It captured and summarized our year in review, which included some of the following initiatives: elimination of the conviction question within our application process, of which we were a forerunner in doing so, preceding most other community colleges. And it serves as a barrier to consideration for hire and what has racial implications. We also eliminated the need for official transcripts during the application process and only accept those at the end. And we also eliminated the overuse of supplemental application questions, which also serve as a barrier to access. Regarding outreach impact, specifically recruitment and selection efforts, we partnered with CUE and we had a training seminar last fall, which lasted several weeks. And it was on the topic of faculty diversity, hiring within equity, inclusion, and diversity. Some of the topics included innovative recruitment methods, improving job announcements, implicit and explicit bias in job interviews. We met and discussed with a variety of administrators, full-time and part-time faculty, and classified employees over a series of weeks, and developed a comprehensive list of improvements to implement. We also had Improve Your Marketability again this past year for faculty. It was held on February 2nd, 2020. And it's an opportunity for faculty to learn about the application process, demystify it, meet with a lot of the deans and department heads, and understand what makes a successful candidate. We also planned an event in this capacity for classified applicants. Unfortunately, we had to hit pause because of COVID. However, we do intend on reinitiating this once we can. As with the previous year, our goal was to continue to partner with and continue to strengthen our relationship with the following groups: the NAACP United Cambodian Community, EDD Office, Centro Cha Filipino Migrant Center, and Women's Shelter of Long Beach. With regard to job fairs, we participated in job fairs for both academic and classified positions. We participated in the first annual Region 8 City 2C Community College Diversity Job Fair, wherein I was a speaker and I spoke on demystifying and mastering the application process. We also participated in the community registry for faculty positions as we did last year. A classified job fair was held in September 2019. With regard to EEO training accessibility, we moved this panel training online so it's more accessible, and we have further plans to enhance and improve this panel training within this coming year. Enhanced recruitment structure. We implemented this to reduce interview biases, thereby increasing diversity and inclusion, such as improved standardized rating criteria on a 1 through 10 point scale used in oral panel interviews. Specifically, definitions and rating guides are used, which reduces subjectivity. Also, we do conduct in-depth debriefings to ensure rating consistency across interviews and rating panels. Likewise, this also reduces subjectivity. Next slide, please. So if you turn your attention to this slide, specifically, I'd like to call your attention to column 1920 on the far right side. Overall, the percent of diverse hiring was at 53%, which is a drop from last year, but significantly at 53%, a majority of the new hires with full-time faculty were diverse candidates. Next slide, please. So with regard to full-time faculty ethnic diversity, again, the diversity of full-time faculty continues to increase and make inroads, as was last year. And it again increased from the previous year from 1819 to 1920. Importantly, a central premise of this longitudinal time analysis is that diversity in hiring at LBCC over time is trending upward. And similar to last year, we achieved our highest diversity number ever. Next slide, please. So with regards to longitudinal part-time faculty recruitments, the overall diversity increased significantly from last year at 58%, which is also the highest number we have ever achieved here. Next slide, please. Current part-time faculty, like the diversity of full-time faculty, the overall diversity of part-time faculty has increased and trended upward over time. Here again, we have achieved our highest number of diversity in hiring at 46%. I would now like to turn the remainder of this presentation over to my colleague, Jennifer Ramos, Interim Executive Director of Human Resources.
Thank you, AVP Olson, and good evening, board members, superintendent, and vice presidents. Thank you for allowing us to share these results with you today. I'd like to turn your attention to slide 7, where I will be covering management trends, which includes academic and classified recruitments for supervisory classes and above. Bargaining unit trends will be shared in the next few slides. As you can see, the data represented spans over 4 fiscal years. My focus will be on fiscal year 1920 and drawing comparisons against fiscal year 1819 where appropriate. Overall, the volume of applications is up in every ethnic category, which suggests greater competition for a smaller job market. Every ethnic category shows an increase, with only the white category decreasing by 33 applicants. So when looking at diversity in the hired column for fiscal year 1920, there was a drop from 74 to 71%. But as Kristen advised earlier, HR has implemented several diversity and inclusion initiatives to address the need for greater representation of staff across the board. Slide 8, next slide, please. Slide 8 covers the diversity of management at the college based on the demographics of existing staff. We are up from 127 managers in 2018-19 to 147 managers today, with greater diversity by 5%, up 5%. For fiscal year 1920, we see numbers consistent or up in all ethnic categories, with an overall increase from 51% to 56%, which is good news. Next slide, please. Slide 9 covers recruitment trends for classified bargaining unit. I'd like to point out that the number of applicants is down overall due to the current pandemic. Recruitments were placed on hold from March through July 2020. So for example, we ran 28 recruitments in fiscal year 1920 in comparison to over 40 recruitments in the previous fiscal year. So although the number of total applications was slightly down, the number of diverse classified staff actually hired as a result of recruitment efforts increased from 72 to 75.5%. Next slide, please. Our final slide, slide 10, covers the diversity of our 479 classified staff members at the college. For fiscal year 2019-20, we see numbers up or similar once we round up in all ethnic categories, with an overall increase from 65 to 66%. So we're making incremental progress, and numbers have gone up each year over the past 3 years. Human Resources will continue our strategic recruitment efforts in order to achieve greater diversity at Long Beach City College by being mindful of the triple helix. We just learned about this on College Day. We understand that curriculum, recruitment efforts, and performance evaluations all play into diversity efforts. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak, and that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation tonight. It was really informative. I'm going to ask any of the trustees, including our student trustee, have any questions or comments for the presenters today?
Yes, I have a question.
Student trustee Jimenez, the floor is yours.
Well, I'll first start off with a comment. Thank you so much for the presentation today. Representation is extremely important in the workforce, especially for faculty, student to faculty. I do actually have somebody on the ASB cabinet now who is a African-American woman who didn't see herself in such a position until she saw Dean Kirkwood in the position that Dean Kirkwood is in. And so it was because of that, that representation, she believed in herself to have that. So obviously representation is extremely important for encouraging people to move forward and to move forward in life and reach for those higher positions. But I do have a question as to why, then I love that the numbers are increasing, but why is it so incremental? Why is it so, like, why is the increase just 1%? And I just want to understand how difficult it is for the numbers to increase, and just what are the challenges when it comes to increasing that number?
Definitely. I can answer your question. Part of the reason that the increase we'll see, it will most often be incremental, is positions have to become open in order to put someone in there. So typically, unless we create a new position, which we don't often do, an individual needs to leave a position through resignation or retirement. That happens more frequently on the classified side and less frequently on the academic side. So with that in mind, there won't be that many slots to actually put people into.
Wonderful. Student Trustee Jimenez, you have another comment or question?
Yeah, I was sort of thinking, is there a way, so what are the limitations in creating more positions for, so that we can allow more applicants to be a part of the college? Because I know that there's a lot of different courses, like as professors, you know, that we need for different courses. Like there's only one professor for biology. So I'm just wondering if we're able, is there just like a limitation on like money and like what we're able to provide, or I'm just not sure, and I just want to figure that out.
Yes, so we are working with a lot of limitations. We do work with the limitation of money because we have a certain budget that we're allotted each year. We have to spend it in a particular way. For example, we have to make sure that the salary of the current employees are paid. In addition to that, we need to be responsive to student interests and needs in terms of courses that we can potentially establish. So there are definitely a lot of parameters and limitations that we are working with. But once positions do become available, then we do put forward our best and most concerted efforts to ensure that we are recruiting in a wide array and highly diverse candidate pool.
Thank you.
Thank you, Student Trustee Jimenez. And I would say our upcoming agenda item on the budget should also give some insight into what we can and can't do and some of the restrictions as a California Public Community College. We are dependent on what budget we're allocated by the state. And we have to do the best we can, and with collective bargaining agreements and facilities and transportation and football stadium, there's a lot of competing interests, but we are trying to do our best to make sure that we're inclusive of everyone at Long Beach City College, that there's equal opportunity and merit in the hiring process. Great, thank you, Student Trustee Jimenez. Any other trustees have any questions? I see Trustee Otto giving the hand signal. Trustee Otto, the floor is yours.
Great, thanks. This is not meant as a criticism, but an observation. I've been on the board for a long time, and every year we say, we need to do better. And I think the word incremental is exactly the right word for how it is that we do. And it's understandable, it's acceptable, except for the unfair comment that I'm about to make. And that is, so you look at what's going on in society right now, and things are happening that have never happened before. 4 years ago, professional football, basically ostracized a guy that sat down to protest the treatment of blacks in the United States, and now they're celebrating him. One problem is, and it's relevant to this, is he doesn't have a job. And he doesn't have a job but what he did 4 years ago. If you look at the basketball games that are being played right now, everybody's got Black Lives Matter. Things are happening. They stopped when somebody else got killed. And that's not this. This is permanent positions and all that. But I sometimes think if we're doing the same old, and we're trying to increase it a little bit, but we're not getting better results, maybe there's a outside the box way of thinking about it. I do not have the answer to this. I think you guys do work very hard to up these numbers and make our campuses look more like our community, which is not exactly what the goal should be, but it's certainly what we know from the research is if you're a student and you have teachers that are of your same ethnic background, you have a greater chance of success. And so there are great reasons to do all this stuff. I was talking to the director of human resources at the Aquarium of the Pacific today, and they have the same kinds of issues. They're trying to increase the positions, they're trying to create the representation of various ethnic groups, and it's very difficult. I almost feel like you got to do something dramatic dramatically different than what we do every year to break out of this cycle. And maybe you can't break out of this cycle at all, but I'm embarrassed personally myself that the curve has always been very, 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 very slight. And I think it would be much better if we were able to look outside the box a little bit and say, okay, what could we do to do this? And I know you guys think like this. I've got a lot of respect for Kristen and all the work that you guys do. But about this time of year when we come up this report, I'm always afraid to look at it and say, oops, 1%. Oh, it didn't work out that well. And that's because it's hard, but it's a challenge to make it happen. And I'm sure we'll get into this with the budget process. If somebody would have told me in February that we would be having a conversation about dramatically decreasing the money that we pay to the Long Beach Police Department, I would have said, no. Public safety, no. That's a sacred cow. Is there a sacred cow here? I don't know. Is there a way to say, look, this is so important that we're going to put that on the priorities list and up it in college planning so that we can achieve this that we've been talking about for so long? And so, again, it's not about the work you do. It's about how can we do it better and achieve results, the metrics that I referred to earlier, so we can say, yeah, we set a goal here. And we worked really hard and we came close, or we didn't come close, and if not, why? And is it impossible? And I'm talking too long, but you know what I mean. This is the world you live in and the jobs you're doing. So thanks for your work. You don't have to respond to that.
Thank you, Trustee Otto. Any other trustees have any questions or comments? All right, I do, just briefly, and I will not be as verbose as before, but I do want to say thank you so much to Jean, Kristen, and Jennifer. Kristen has a unique privilege. I think she's the only employee I hired. Before Superintendent Luann Bynum. I was on her interview panel a few years back when I was a personnel commissioner. And ironically, I'm not going to tell you her whole interview. This is exactly what she talked about in her interview, was what were these creative strategies we could do to improve diverse outcomes. Making sure we had a woman on a panel, make sure that we had a person of color on an interview panel, making sure that we put on our website in multiple languages how to apply for jobs, having public workshops to explain what civil service is, because it is not a regular job. It is not a small business job at Joe's Tires on the corner that you can go get hired at. You have to, if you don't fill out your paperwork correctly, you're disqualified. If you don't turn your paperwork in on time, you're disqualified. Even if you turn your paperwork in time, but you don't show up for the interview, you're disqualified. All these restrictions are not an accident. This is a system and structure that was set up with an intended outcome to make it difficult to get a job at Long Beach City College. And the folks who are here the longest know the system, and they know it well, and they know all the right things to say and not say on these tests and questions, and seem to make it through. But I know, and I've seen over the years, the great work you've done, Kristen, and scoring and calibrating, each test cycle, and make sure that, we can drop, if we have a test cycle that's totally biased, we can drop that test cycle and everybody doesn't get a chance because it was unfair. And so those are some small things I know that we have in there. And I know, Jennifer is new, and, unfortunately I was already gone for the Personnel Commission by the time Jennifer came, but I know that she's in that role, and Jean is overseeing it. So I just want to say thank you, Kristen and Jennifer and Jean. I did have a few questions, just a few brief questions. I did notice that, and I wanted to clarify, because I think I've heard the opposite. We heard some statements of best year ever. Was that correct? In some of the categories?
Yes. In some of the categories, the trend continues to move upward. So we do continue to hit our highest number ever.
And then I did see some percentage a percentage, which is a comparative methodology for comparing different, got lights going out, a comparative methodology for different number sets. So the percentage of some categories of white workers went down. Is that correct?
Yes, that's true.
But the percent is not a total count, right?
The percent is not a total count, but it like you said, it is based on total numbers. Yes.
A percent can go down because of the larger population of the data set gets bigger, right?
It can.
So I just want to clarify, no white people are losing their jobs based on these reports. Is that correct?
No, absolutely not. Mm-mm.
I have heard there's a broad conspiracy to take jobs away from white employees, and I did not believe that to be true. And I see the percent here, and I can see how someone might be confused and think that a percent is a total number, or somehow people are gone. But that's not true, right?
No, it's absolutely not true. As we know, we work in a system based on fairness and merit. So all applicants are compared against the same level of fitness and ability. So when an individual is hired and offered a job, they have met the standard of competence that we hold individuals to at LBCC.
And that's above and beyond the minimum qualifications. A minimum
It
qualification.
is. It always is. We have a lot of applicants, so it always is.
You might have to have a backflow certification for a certain job, right? It doesn't matter what race you are. If you don't have a backflow certification, you might not be eligible for a plumber's job, right?
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify because I've heard people say the complete opposite on campus, and I didn't know where they got their information, and they didn't share where they got their information, but they made these statements. It doesn't seem to be true. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. One other question. One of the things I heard was we said the diversity was based on, or proportionality was based on our current employee population. Was that kind of our target, or that seems to be new? Because I've seen this presentation for about 4 years now, because it used to be for the Personnel Commission before it came to the board, but I think it's still the process now. I've seen the same presentation evolve, and it's gotten better. But I don't remember us in the past doing our percent goals based on the current employee population. Is that new?
So our goal and effort toward increasing diversity is just that. It's to continually increase diversity to make sure that we have the most inclusive and representative workforce possible. There is a lot of research that has indicated that individual students have greater responsiveness when they are able to interact with individuals that are of similar race to them. So that is definitely one of the positive outcomes of increasing our representation and diversity.
That's great. I think that was what student trustee Jimenez was talking about with the student who was inspired or motivated by meeting Dean Dr. Kirkwood and seeing that, hey, there's someone like me. It's possible to achieve that level of academic success or career success. So, there's anecdotal evidence like that example, and there's statistical data that supports it. So that is true. That's a truth. It's not news, right? Okay, good. Last thing, and I just have, I have privileged information, and I know that Kristen, you went to law school, I think at Loyola University, and learned all about the law. And we have all these lawyers around here, and Gene's smiling because I think he went to law school too. I don't know did they let you graduate, Gene? I don't, sometimes they let people go to law school. They don't give them it's not a real doctorate. What's it called? A Juris Doctorate? You can't call you a doctor, but you get a doctorate, right? Juris Doctorate?
Yes, it is a Juris Doctorate degree.
How come I can't call you doctor?
Actually, what lawyers say is objection. That is a doctorate.
Oh, okay.
It's just a Juris Doctorate.
It's all debatable. It all depends who wins the argument, who rules. It's a doctorate. I'm getting into the gray area of this legal minutiae that I don't really know because I never went to law school. They never let me in. But my last question is, we took a policy position as an institution to support Prop 16. Prop 16 on the November 3rd ballot is a systemic change. What Trustee Otto was talking about, incrementalism. and the inability to do bigger, bold things. When we have a system, and from engineering, they did let me go to engineering school. When you have a system and cycles, it's the system that creates the cycle, that creates the output, that creates the result. It's structured in a certain way. And I never voted on Prop 209. I was in high school in 1996. I wasn't even eligible. But the Californians of 1996 made a rule and blocked it in the California Constitution that affirmative action was illegal, that we could not use state money to do targeted programs for Latinos, African Americans, Asian Pacific Islanders. It has been illegal for the last maybe 30 years, 25 years, whatever 1996 was. But we are on the precipice here of fundamental change that Trustee Otto was advocating for and he voted for, was Prop 16. If Prop 16 were to pass, we could spend money and do things differently. What would we do differently in January 2021 if it were to pass?
So let me take a stab at that. So I think what it is, so it's not so much, the money that we spend to recruit, because we're doing that. We extend a lot of efforts to make sure that we are reaching those local and statewide groups that would have access to diverse candidates that we are seeking to attract to apply and compete for positions. I believe what the proposition would do would be allow sort of race to be a consideration, not only in admitting students, but potentially hiring. Because right now, that cannot be a consideration when it comes to a hiring process. That's my understanding, at least. I could be wrong, but that's how I understand it.
All right. From one attorney's perspective, what does Attorney Olson think?
So this area, we do definitely need to tread really carefully. And it's always good to push the boundaries and be as creative as possible, which is something, as you know, I really like to do. And I definitely feel that my legal background helps in doing that, so we know how far we can go without going too far. Diversity has always been a factor that can be considered, but it's never been the factor that we can consider. It's one of many, and we definitely have to tread carefully with that, because we want to make sure that we're always compliant with the law. That's extremely important, as being creative and pushing boundaries is extremely important. So is making sure that we are complying with whatever law we need to comply with. But as I mentioned, there's definitely room for us to continue to improve. And one of the things that we did last year when we worked with Q is we came up with very lengthy lists of potential outreach and recruitment ideas to implement, which it is our goal, to the degree that we can, based on how much we're able to recruit this next year, is to work to implement that. So we have plenty of ideas in HR to continue to work with and implement. And one of the groups on campus, the diversity committee, would potentially be a great group to meet with and challenge ourselves to look even farther than we've looked before, so that we don't accidentally confine ourselves and we don't need to be confined in some capacity.
Great. So I think from this presentation, we heard no white staff members are losing their jobs. That's a myth. That's fake news. But we did learn that we're doing the best year ever under the current system. But there is potential changes on the horizon. But we do need to tread lightly. I guess, is it the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution that we still have to deal with, that we can't go beyond that? Is that our legal?
Yes.
What amendment is that? I never took constitutional law. I don't know.
It's been several years since I did as well, but the 14th Amendment.
14th Amendment. All right. Trustee Jimenez, you hear that? The Constitution is real. It's still the rule of the law of the land. We have to respect that. Wonderful. Is there any other questions from any other trustees?
Yeah, this isn't a question, but it's a very quick point, and that is affirmative action is not dead. The United States Supreme Court said that limited affirmative action was still available under limited circumstances. And there is a huge debate going on right now about Proposition 16, because there are competing studies that have come out about the influence of 209 on the, what's the word I'm looking for? Its effects on minorities. And I'm watching that very closely. There's the guy who did the study for UC Berkeley made conclusions that are being challenged now. And there's a law professor, economist at UCLA that questions that. And I think that Prop 16 is in for a fight right now. So, and that's because it's a complicated question.
It's true.
That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Otto. We had 3 legal opinions tonight. And they all were relevant and topical, and the voters will decide the outcome. No judges, well, maybe the California Supreme Court might weigh in afterwards if they don't like it, but we will see. But, that's...
and all those opinions came from doctors.
Yeah. Doctors. All right, we will proceed to our next agenda item. Thank you, Jean, Kristen, Jennifer. Excellent presentation. Appreciate your time with us tonight. We're going to move on to the next agenda item. Let's see here. Where did my notes go? All right, we're moving on here. We're moving to that was item 4.2. We're now moving to item 5.1. We're now in the Board of Trustees section of the agenda. And we have a hearing on, so 5.1 is a public hearing on the agenda item 10.1, the adoption of the budget of the district for the year ending on June 30th, 2021. Public comments on agenda item were due at 2:00. People could have emailed or made a voice recording and done so. Do we have any public comments on this hearing, Board Secretary Hahn?
We do not, but if you'd like to ask anyone present, they may comment. Otherwise, you will wait for a response, and hearing no response, then you'll declare the public hearing closed.
Well, excellent. And I'm reading here, according to the California Code of Regulations, Section 5, Title 5, Section 58.301, we needed to do this so that we could hold a public hearing in order to adopt our budget. We also did a public notification in the press telegram on August 28th to let people know we're having a hearing, and this is their time to come and speak at the hearing on the proposed budget. So we had no public comments. Does anyone from the board or present today have a comment on the budget that we will adopt on agenda item 10.1, even though we're not there yet? Seeing and hearing none. Secretary Hahn, do we need to take a vote on this item, or we just move on?
No, the public hearing is closed.
All right. Well, we will declare the public hearing closed, and we gave everyone an opportunity to weigh in on the budget before we adopted it. So now we move forward here to 5.2. We have a resolution in support of the Chicano moratorium. It's an action item that needs a second and a motion and a second. And the recommended action is the Board of Trustees adopt a resolution 090920A in support of, I'm sorry. Well, did somebody misspell and put Chicago?
Yes, I just see that. I wonder who did that.
Spell check got wrong. It was implicit bias in the spell check that moved Chicano to Chicago. I don't know. Nobody's fault, but the resolution says Chicano. The agenda item says Chicano.
How about now?
Text underneath got messed up. And so let's see. Okay, so I have a resolution for adoption. Can I have a motion in a second, please?
So move.
So moved. Sorry, I was on mute. Did somebody just say so moved? This is Vivian Malaulu.
I will take that expedient So moved by President Malauulu, and I think Student Trustee Jimenez seconded it.
She moved, so we'll take Malauulu as the.
Okay. All right. Oh, there we go. We
trustee.
give it to both of them. Okay, I must have misheard them. Is there a second for this motion?
Second.
Trustee Otto is a seconder. If we can record that, Secretary Hahn. All right, there's been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this item? Is there a trustee that introduced this and may want to speak to it?
Yes, Trustee Untuck, if I may have the floor, VP Untuck.
The floor is yours, President Malauulu.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank staff once again for creating a great resolution and also for being able to put it on the agenda. It was a last minute request on my part because last week during board prep, I neglected to bring it up. And then I remember just before the agenda went out, I think a day before, maybe two, but the staff was able to successfully capture the emotion and the pride that a lot of our Hispanic, Chicano, Latino students and community members feel. I also want to say that I lament the fact, as we all do, that we're in this public health situation that prevents us from getting together and that prevents us from being able to celebrate our heritage the way we did, especially last year. I'm still over the moon with the success of last year's, Hispanic Heritage Month and the resolutions that were adopted last year. However, this particular resolution is more specific and it commemorates the 50th anniversary of a movement that was just as important, equally important as all the movements that we see now. You know, unless you've been living under a rock these past few weeks, months, you know, there's a whole big world out there and there are so many people, so many segments of the population that are being adversely affected by the economy and just the overall climate of the political climate of this country, that it's really nice to be able to recognize the efforts that are going into it, particularly efforts in education. So as an education institution and on the heels of a very successful college day and keynote speakers that really spoke and resonated with us, I'm just very proud to be able to offer this resolution and very grateful for the staff. And I hope my colleagues on the board will join me in supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, nope, sorry. Thank you, President Malauulu. Appreciate your comments and your leadership for introducing this item. It's really important and timely, and we thank you for that. And I look forward to supporting the resolution. Student Trustee Jimenez, you have the question or comment?
Yes, I also look forward to supporting this resolution. As a Hispanic woman, it's just nice to know that we are supported and the movements of the past, movements of today are being supported and just celebrated. So I'm really grateful for that. And also, Cesar Arizon did want to say something about it as well and just extend his gratitude for recognizing his heritage as well. And he actually will be studying Chicano studies eventually when he transfers. And so, you know, it really stood out to him. And he also wanted to say thank you on behalf of, you know, himself and the students. So yeah, that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Student Trustee Jimenez. Is Cesar still here? I'm looking.
No, he's not. I asked him to stay, but he had things to do. So I just gave the message for him.
No worries. Something to think about in the future is a common practice of elected officials sometimes in these venues. Even though he may not have standing as a student trustee, you as a student trustee do have power to yield your time or yield the floor to the ASB president, and he could speak for himself.
Yes, I wanted to do that. Trust me.
Oh, but we know.
I asked him if he could stay, but he was like, "Oh, I really didn't plan for it. Just go ahead and say something for me." And I'm like, "But it's not like it's coming from you. It's, you know, what can we do?"
Well, you did a better job than him. So thank you so much. Appreciate it. Is there any other trustees who would like to speak to this resolution? Hearing and seeing none, I would like to speak to this resolution. I am aware of the Chicano moratorium and the anniversary and the celebration of life of Ruben Salazar and commemorating the anti-war movement. There is someone I think that lives in my district in the North Long Beach, Bixby Knolls area. A good friend of mine, folks may know, Phyllis Arias, who used to be, I think, the president of the Academic Senate. I think she had Jerry's job at one point. Little known fact, I grew up with Phyllis's children. Sergio and I used to play soccer on the same team in high school, and her daughter Mia and I think we're only a grade away from each other through elementary and high school. But, Phyllis is a retiree and was a leader here on campus. She actually shared that she was there in Santa Barbara and was part of the caravan that went back to celebrate this, in the time that's changed and celebrate the life and legacy of what happened that day and the movement that it sprung. And it's, it's when you hear La Raza, that's the people. It's for the people. And it doesn't say La Raza for only Latino people, it's for all of us, the people. And she's been a mentor and a friend of mine for many years. And, she shared her story and I want to just briefly share. I'm not giving it justice. She can give it much better than I am. Just like, Trustee Jimenez can't talk for, as good as President Cesar, if he could speak for himself. Phyllis would do a much better job, but it's I know that she shared the importance, and I'm proud and happy to support this, and I know there's residents in my district that are watching tonight, and I think proud of you, President Malauulu, for bringing this forward, because you are a historical figure in your own right as the first Latina elected to the Long Beach City College Board of Trustees. When you do things like this, it matters. And it's not just for us here on the board or, self-aggrandizing, any of that kind of thing. This is about our community. And our community is diverse and it's inclusive. And I just want to thank you for bringing this forward. And I will be supporting tonight. So if no other commentary.
Vice President Duck. Well, I don't want people to think that I don't believe in this. All you have to do is go to the Vietnam Wall in Washington, D.C., and look at the names on that wall to know that this movement was very, very important. But I'm trying to move the meeting along a little bit, so I will stop with that.
Thank you for your voice of support.
Historical perspective.
And, you've been at Long Beach City College my whole life, Dr. Because I was born in 1978. Okay, we're going to go on to Secretary Hahn. If you could call the roll call, please.
Student Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
See.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, everybody. The resolution is adopted. We'll get signed and we'll get copies out to everybody. Thanks everybody for your support on this, and thank you for your leadership, President Malauulu. Now we move into consent agenda item. We're going to go to agenda item 6.1. Any item may be removed from the consent calendar or consent agenda here and considered separately if a board member of the Board of Trustees so requests. Are there any requests at this time to pull any items and take an individual vote?
Vice President Ntuk, I would like to request removing 6.4.
6.4 has been removed. Is there any other requests? And 6.4 is ratification of contracts under equal and under to $200,000.
Yes.
Any other? Second time, third time? All right. We will move on to, we pull that separately. Let's vote on the full consent agenda, and then we'll go back to item 6.4 to talk about myself.
Move approval of the remainder of the consent agenda.
Is there a second for Trustee Otto?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded by Trustee Otto, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda? Hearing and seeing none, I'd like to ask for a roll call vote. Secretary Hahn?
Student Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Doug Otto.
Aye.
Thank you.
And the consent agenda is adopted. And we move on to 6.4 now as a standalone item, ratification of contracts equal to and under $200,000. This is an item for action. Is there a motion and a second before we go into discussion about this item?
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second out there?
Second.
Moved by Trustee Baxter, seconded by Trustee Otto. Let's open the floor for discussion. Trustee Baxter, would you like to lead?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to have this section voted on separately. And what I want separated is CN 99786.9. This is an agreement with CCEJ, California Conference for Equality and Justice. And because I'm a board member on that board, I would like to abstain on that vote. And even though it's only $15,000, I feel I should abstain on that.
Well, thank you, Trustee Baxter. Do you have a financial conflict of interest?
Not one bit.
Oh, okay. It's only because you serve on the board of CCEJ.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Is there, Trustee Otto, it looks like you're talking, but you're on mute if you were saying something.
I'll call for the question.
There's been a call for the question. And so we will take a 2/3 vote to call for the question as per Robert's Rules of Order, because a call for a question is a non-debatable motion. So we just now need to take a roll call vote on the call for question. Secretary Hahn, can you take a roll call vote on the call for question?
Virginia Baxter.
Am I saying abstain?
We're not actually voting on the item according to Robert's Rules of Order. We're voting on to close discussion.
Oh, aye.
Question.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Student Trustee Jimenez.
Aye.
Would you like to weigh in on that? Thank you.
Thank you. So the call for a question motion passes. Now we'll move to the primary motion, which was to adopt the item, which Trustee Baxter has said she's going to abstain, but she will still be called on during the roll call vote, and she will make the abstention at that point. Secretary Hahn, can you do a roll call on the contract C99786.9 for CCEJ for $15,000?
Yes, sir. Virginia Baxter.
Abstain.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk.
Aye.
And Doug Otto.
Aye.
We missed our student trustee this time.
Boy, Student Trustee Jimenez. It threw me when I asked you for the call for the question. Late. Okay, Student Trustee Jimenez.
I think that was Iva.
I think I read your lips.
Sorry if it said aye, yes.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
It passes unanimously with an abstention from Trustee Baxter. All right. Thanks, everybody. We've now adopted the consent agenda, and we move on to keep scrolling down here. We're going to the Academic Senate. It looks like we have no items.
Forgive me, Vice President Uduak. I'm so sorry to.
Yeah, I skipped Human Resources. Is that correct?
No, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I believe you voted on the item Dr. Baxter asked to separate, but you failed to vote on the remaining items under that same consent item.
That's correct.
Oh, good catch.
Thank you.
So, is there a motion for the remaining contracts on 6.4 that do not include the CCEJ contract?
So moved.
It's been moved. Is there a second there? It's been moved and seconded by Student Trustee Jimenez, and I'll give the friendly trustee second to support Student Jimenez second until we get our software fixed and we don't have to do that anymore. But all right, it's been moved. Is there?
I keep trying.
We'll get one of these students to hack it and fix it.
Student Trustee, ready?
Yep, go ahead for the roll call, please.
Student Trustee Jimenez. Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak-Joe and Tuck,
Aye.
and Doug Otto.
Aye.
The remaining contracts have been adopted, and we will move on to the next agenda item. And thank you, Ms. Drinkwine, for catching those left out contracts. They would have been orphaned by themselves and never adopted if we had not done that.
No,
All right,
we would have caught up with you.
We would just come back to it, right? So we're now going to section 7 on human resources. 7.1, we have no items.
No items.
We're now moving to section 8 on the academic senate. 8.1, no items. We're rolling here on academic affairs. Item 9.1, no items. Keep moving. 10.1, here we are. The budget 2020-2021 adopted budget and education protection account expenditure plan. Is there a motion and a second on this?
So moved.
Moved by trustee Otto.
Second.
Seconded by trustee Baxter. I'd like to open any discussion on this. At this point,
I think there's a presentation.
I think there's a presentation from Ms. Drinkwine.
Yes.
Is that
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm happy to present to you the 2020-21 adopted budget. Next slide, please. I'll be reviewing with you the board goals, institutional priorities, and strategic plan goals that this budget is aligned with. A brief overview of the state budget, the planning assumptions approved by the Budget Advisory Committee, a discussion about our full-time equivalent student numbers and projections, and a list of all the district funds, including their expenditures and other outgoes. Next slide, please. I'll go into some depth on the unrestricted general fund, and then I'll be discussing some of our future budget challenges. Next slide, please. Your goals were last adopted on November 13th, 2018, and they're reflected for you on this slide. I won't review each of them. I believe you're all aware of them. Next slide, please. And then our institutional priorities were more recently adopted in May 2020, on May 22nd, 2020. Again, those are provided for you. Next slide, please. And the institutional priorities continue here. Next slide, please. And all of these are aligned with the strategic plan goals developed in 2016. And I believe we had a presentation earlier tonight that talked about the alignment of the strategic plan goals with the board goals and with the institutional priorities. Next slide, please. What's important for us to know is that the budget resource usages does align with each of those plans and priorities. And we've selected some highlighted resource allocations that reflect that alignment. The next several slides does highlight them, and they group them together in similar types of programs. This is by all means not an all-inclusive representation of the activities the district engages in, but rather a selection of programs that highlight the alignment that is consistent throughout the entire budget. Unless you have questions on a specific slide, I'd like to advance through these next slides. You can see this first one has workforce and economic related activities. Next slide.
Yeah, we'll go with Ms. Drinkwine. We'll have you go through the whole presentation, then we'll take questions at the end.
Terrific. This next slide identifies those Viking Advantage, summer voyage type programs. Next slide. Here we have student supports. Of course, all of these programs are student supports, but more specific student supporting activities. Next slide. And here we have faculty professional development, support for distance learning, and support for systems improvements. Next slide. Here we have marketing and community outreach. Next slide. And that reflects a small selection of highlighted programs that align with the goals and priorities. I realize that was a very quick advancement through those programs, but I think we could probably talk for hours on each one of those slides and about the importance of each of those activities. This slide, slide 13, highlights the budget development cycle, and it gives me an opportunity to talk about what an unusual budget development year this has been because of COVID. That we have this concept reflected here called the August revision. And this was because in response to the problems and challenges all of our citizens were facing because of COVID-19 pandemic, the state elected to postpone the due dates for personal income taxes from April to July. That in turn created a problem for the state in that they would not know what their total state revenues were at the time they adopted the budget in June. And so there was an expectation that the state would revisit their budget in August and make necessary revisions. I will be talking specifically about what those actions are, but that did create a unusual development cycle. But we are here in September with your adopted budget presentation for your approval, along with something called revised state budget, which is not typical. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, it's an atypical year. What we did see was a huge difference between what the governor proposed in January to what he proposed in May. And of course, in between was the COVID-19 beginning of that pandemic. We saw an incredibly significant difference between what the governor proposed in May and the legislature presented to him for his approval in June. That difference is not typical, but it does reflect two different perspectives. What the governor had proposed in May was significant cuts, 10% of community college's main source of funding, the student-centered funding formula, along with cuts to categorical programs that would be restored should we have future funding given to us by the federal government. What the legislature instead presented to him for his signature was a budget that did not cut education, but rather held it at its base level, meaning they did not provide COLA funding for any program. Instead, they suggested major cash deferrals as the budget balancing mechanism that could then be reduced should we receive more federal aid. And so when we talk about revenue, you'll see an enormous swing that is atypical. Next slide, please. And as we talk about atypical years and years where we have recessions, this slide reminds us that in past years, when the state faced economic challenges, it was a standard action to not fund the COLA. And reminding you that the COLA is the cost of living adjustment that is based on a market basket of goods that government uses and does reflect the increase in prices of the things we utilize. So that means that while we may still as an institution be experiencing price increases in electricity and transportation costs and other services and goods we purchase, we will not be provided a cost of living adjustment on the revenues we receive from the state. Next slide, please. So what we did receive, what the final budget was that was approved by the legislature and signed by the governor in June, does represent a loss of funding for LBCC from what was proposed in January. And that is the funding of COLA. It's nearly $3 million that we would have gotten if we had a fully funded COLA. However, it is far better than what the governor had proposed in his May revise. That 10% cut that was proposed would have reduced us by $10 million compared to what we are receiving now. And that is net after the loss of the $2.9 million for the COLA. So we are improved. $10 million in revenue from what you were presented with the tentative budget in June. There is no growth funding. However, LBCC would not have been eligible for it in any case, so there was no impact to us from the absence of growth funding. We do, as always, anticipate a 0.5% deficit factor, meaning that the state's budget allocation is insignificant to fund all community colleges statewide. That is common because we have in the past experienced those funding deficits. And our hold harmless provision has been extended for an additional 2 years. So the hold harmless provision now does not expire until 2023-24. Next slide, please. For categorical programs, again, we are receiving no cost of living adjustment, which represents about $110,000 we would have otherwise received. However, again, we are avoiding major cuts as were proposed with the May revise, and you'll see a selection of these cuts here. Strong Workforce would have been cut 60% under the governor's proposal. Our Student Equity and Achievement Program, SEAP, would have been cut nearly 20%. So the legislature's budget does restore all of those cuts with the absence of COLA funding. Next slide, please. What is interesting, however, is that all the programs the governor proposed in January did not go forward. They were not approved. But instead, many of those purposes were rolled into the SEAP as allowable uses. So while the SEAP program, it programs the P, did not receive any increase in funding, it did have an expansion of its uses to embrace food pantry programs and some of these other concepts so that each institution can prioritize the use of those funds in that manner. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, we have not received any funding for deferred maintenance or instructional equipment. You'll recall that this program was cut severely in the past 2 years. This had in prior years represented $1 million or more for us. We do have significant maintenance needs, as we do have also needs for instructional equipment, but unfortunately we are receiving no funding for this program at all this year. However, we are receiving funding from a new COVID-19 response block grant. This is one-time only funds. This block grant has a combination of federal funds and state funds, but they must largely be spent according to the CARES Act provisions, and they provide us with additional resources to support our movement to distance education and to support other measures that we're required to take as a direct result of the COVID pandemic. And then lastly, those deferrals I mentioned before that are now the mechanism for the state to balance the budget for education is significant. It exceeds the amount of deferrals that took 5 years to reach in the prior recession. And so basically overnight, we are facing, for our district alone, over $21 million in deferrals that we will have to manage. And just a moment on those deferrals, they are not a reduction in our revenue, but rather a promise from the state to pay us next year for cash that would normally have paid us this year. And those deferrals start in February and go all the way through June. And then the repayments occur in the first 5 months of 2021-22. We will need to borrow money to ensure we have a positive cash flow. This is an action the district has taken before when we had deferrals before. The mechanism we use is called a TRANS, a tax revenue anticipation note. We're actually issuing notes on the market. Typically, large funds or insurance companies buy those bonds. Interestingly enough, the Federal Reserve, for the first time in their history, is purchasing municipal bonds. That's great news for us. Our preliminary estimates is that the interest rate on these notes will be less than 0.5%, which is great because we bear the cost of the financing. We will join in a pool. There are 4 pools available statewide. We'll join one of those pools, the one that best suits our need, to further minimize the legal costs, the financing team costs associated with that, so that we have as little burden as possible with this. So while we expect to have to issue a significant amount of notes, we also anticipate we should have no problem with that issuance, and the cost will be as minimal as we can make it. As we go through that process, I will bring back more information as we get further in and have a better idea of the cost, and expect us to present to you actions in November. Next slide, please. This next slide is a little confusing, and that's only because the underlying concepts are a little confusing, and it'll be a little bit better highlighted when we really get into the meat of it later in the presentation. But the budget did reduce the increase that was planned for STRS and PERS. So if you recall, we had multi-year increases planned. This budget does reduce them. For STRS, it reduces it below what it was the prior year. So we have a savings, yay, of $350,000. However, for PERS, the reduction is still greater than what we paid in the prior year. So therefore, we still have an increase. If the PERS rate hadn't been reduced, it would have doubled the increase. So instead of having a $1.2 million increase for PERS, we now only have about a $650,000 increase for PERS. And then for capital facilities, I'm happy to share that the second phase of the construction trades program building, that's building MM at PCC, has been approved, which is fantastic. We are just breaking ground and starting with phase one. So this is great, and it'll help fund that project to complete it in just a few years. Next slide, please. The Budget Advisory Committee does review and approve our budget assumptions. We anticipated significant budget redirections if the state took additional actions in this August revise to reduce our funding. I think we all know that additional federal aid has not yet occurred, and it is uncertain when it will occur. Luckily, the state chose to remain with using solely the cash deferrals as the way to manage education funding. And should we receive federal aid, I should say, should the state receive federal aid, they may undo some of those cash deferrals. They did not take additional actions to reduce or affect our funding further. What they did do, and the reason it's not reflected in this presentation is that these actions occurred after the completion of this presentation, is actually provide us with greater flexibility for the use of lottery funds, which was a great move. But otherwise, I'm happy to share that we will have no additional budgetary impact from the state's actions in this past legislative session. Our FTS target is 19,983. And of course, I mentioned we already have a 0.5% deficit factor, and we do follow total cost of ownership principles. Next slide, please. A moment on our reserves. 5.5% is our minimum unrestricted reserve. This is required by the Chancellor's Office, and failure to meet this reserve does indicate we have solvency issues. The board identified this reserve as not being sufficient to serve our needs and to help us weather any economic storms we may face. And as I go forward in this presentation, we'll talk about the next budget year, 2021-22, and why that's so important. And so the board did set a range of institutional effectiveness fund balance reserve from 12.5% in the short term, with the goal of reaching 15% in the long term. And we have reached that 15%, which again is important because it gives us flexibility and options as we face a challenging budget year. We have determined that $3.3 million is required to set aside for load banking and vacation. Our retiree benefits annual contribution to maintain the fund that pays retiree health benefits is a little over $4 million. And we do know that our health and welfare premiums, our health benefits, is increasing by 4.2% in the current year. Next slide, please. And just a really nice slide to present for you all shows the results of the tremendous efforts of Dr. Munoz's team to increase enrollment, and also reflects the attractiveness of our academic program under Dr. Scott and the efforts made collaboratively across the district to increase our enrollment. So you'll see 2017-18, we reached 19,840. And then we had a significant drop in 18-19, and since then have had a gradual increase. We'll talk more about FTES later in the presentation. Next slide, please. And so as we look at all of our funds, you can see that collectively, our expenditure plan is in excess of $1 billion. But I do want to caution you that the bond funds do reflect annually expenditure of the entire amount of the bond funds, which won't actually occur in any one year. It's just reflective that we do have plans for all those. But the unrestricted general fund reflects most of our activity, seconded only by the restricted general fund. And so collectively, that is a little over $200 million. Next slide, please. So when we look at the unrestricted general fund, which again indicates our solvency, we can see that we had in 2019 a fund balance of 39.1 million. This is tremendously improved over what we had budgeted. And I'll be talking in a moment about the causes for that improvement. Our tentative budget showed an incredible deficit. Again, this was reflecting the 10% proposed cut for student center funding formula, along with a host of categorical cuts. Luckily, 10 million has been replaced through the legislature's actions. Unfortunately, we still have an ongoing structural deficit of $6.6 million moving forward, but we do anticipate ending the 2020-21 year with a fund balance of $32.5 million. Next slide. And that deficit reduction, we have a very encouraging, sharp upline. And this may be one of the few positive impacts of the pandemic, because the primary source of the improvement in our ending fund balance are salary savings. I think it's very well known that the pandemic and our transition to remote working affected our ability to hire. Furthermore, concerns about the uncertainty of our economic situation meant that we were very cautious on filling vacancies, and we continue to do so. It's one of our major cost-saving avenues, is having a conversation about each and every position we're going to fill. But that was not our only area of cost savings. Obviously, we're not traveling. We saved nearly $50,000 in our travel budgets. We saved collectively over $1 million in all of our non-salary and benefits areas. We spent less. Those areas that we spent more as a result of COVID, in 2019-20, we were able to fund from the CARES Act, and all the activity is reflected in the restricted fund because the CARES Act is restricted money. So we were able to mitigate the impact of increased spending by using CARES Act to fund it, which is exactly what it was intended for. Next slide, please. So as we look at the revenue summary, you can see the vast swing in the state apportionment. And again, that's where we see the improvement from the difference between the actual enacted budget to the May revise. Next slide, please. And those changes here are being compared to the budget from 2019-20 and not the tentative budget. So I want to make that clear that we had a smaller swing from the actual 19-20 budget to the 2021 budget. And those changes are the fact that 19-20, we did have a deficit. We were deficited 2%. At least that was the estimate from the controller's office. They were short money. So when I say we're budgeting 0.5%, that's important because we were subject to a deficit last year. The next point, a $0.7 million increase, is reflective that we right now project we will be above hold harmless by $700,000, despite our not reaching that 20,000 FTES level. Again, this is due to the amazing success of Dr. Munoz's team to identify low-income students as well as increase completions. The combination of those two metrics has pushed us above the mark, but I do want to have caution. It's an unusual year. We're unsure how enrollments will progress, what the withdrawal rate would look like, how it will affect our completion rate. So while we are projecting an additional 700,000, I do recommend caution in our self-congratulations on that, because it is going to be an unusual year. We did suffer a FON penalty last year. We're not projecting that penalty. However, right now we would not meet our FON, but the Chancellor's Office has suspended the FON. We're unsure if that means in the future year they will subject us to the penalty. That remains to be seen. But luckily, because most colleges were unable to hire regularly, they have suspended the FON. Other state revenue, if you look at the numbers, you may be confused because there is this concept called the PERS on behalf contribution. It's reflective of the state's mechanism for doing a PERS payment. It was a wash, but it does reflect an increase in the revenue from last year. And then last year also saw a spike in non-resident tuition. That spike was unexpected. It showed that, we were really happily surprised to get an increase above our projections. However, because of COVID, we have reduced those projections for this year. Next slide, please. You can see, of course, that the primary source of our funding is that state principal apportionment, our student-centered funding formula, along with a couple of other smaller programs. Next slide, please. And then as we look at our expenditures, of course, our primary expenditures are our people. We are a service, and that's where we spend our money. But we do have a considerable services budget to help augment the functions that we serve, as well as supplies and equipment to keep us going. Next slide, please. We do have increases in those salaries and benefits, primarily to reflect the settlements we reached with the academic and classified unions. We also have increases for step and column. And I will note that we do budget for all vacancies. So despite our caution as we fill those vacancies, it is important to budget those costs. So as we exercise caution in filling them, you will see improvement reflected as we go along the year to recognize any savings in those salaries we are able to achieve. And of course, benefits increase as salaries increase, because benefits are a percentage of those salaries. Next slide, please. We are showing increases in contract services. I will say that that does contain $500,000 for election costs. We do not have election costs in every year. It's every other year. And it does run us about $500,000. We are also investing in a lot of technology that helps drive up that number. And that technology, when we're able to, we include in one-time funds under the business process improvement program. However, it's not always able to go in there, and some other programs do have to have it paid out of the general fund. Next slide, please. And again, in this pie chart, you can see that salaries and benefits are the primary source of our expenditures. Next slide, please. We are attempting to stay under 90%. 85% is more of a standard for community colleges. You can see that in 1819 and 1920, we crept a little bit above 90%. And that's because we did not spend as much as we anticipated in the other cost areas, contracted services primarily. So it crept a little above, but we are projecting just slightly below 90% for the budget year. Next slide, please. And again, this is a nice bar graph that gives you that visual for what that looked like. And you can see that it has creeped up. The reason salaries and benefits has crept up is because of STRS and PERS increases. Just doing absolutely nothing, we automatically get increases because STRS and PERS has gone up so dramatically. And so it's been difficult the last few years since those increases have occurred to maintain the growth of salaries and benefits. Next slide, please. And so as we look at our multi-year projection for the unrestricted general fund, you do see a worsening over time. We are projecting in 2021-22 that the COLA will again not be funded. And we do show sharp increases in STRS and PERS. And because of that structural budget deficit, you can see that our fund balance erodes over time. In 2022-23, we are projecting a funded COLA. Why? Because that's our default assumption, that in most years the COLA is funded. When we have enough information that tells us, let's project a zero funded COLA, we do so. But this is not a typical recession cycle. This is an unusual cycle. And if we have improvement, it could be sharp improvement. And for that reason, we're reflecting a funded COLA in 2022-23, but are prepared to adjust that as we move forward through time. Next slide, please. So as we look at our future budget challenges, I think most of you could probably have written this slide for me. Obviously, enrollment is very difficult to project. We're very happy that we are not suffering the same level of declines as some of our neighbors. And we are hopeful that persistence occurs, but we are just simply unsure. And I think as we move forward into this new distance education landscape, we'll learn more about how enrollment patterns are, but we have no historical pattern to rely on as we look at projections. I mentioned STRS and PERS, and I want to look at the chart on the next slide for this discussion. So next slide, please. This reflects the increases since 2013-14. If you recall, the state was facing a $30 billion potential fund deficit over the next 30 years in these funds. And at that time, the governor enacted a solution made primarily on the district's increases in those STRS and PERS contributions. The state contributed a little bit, employees contributed a little bit, the districts contributed the most and continue to do so. You can see that in the current budget year, as I mentioned, STRS was decreased, which was great relief. Thank you, the state, for that. And while the PERS didn't grow as fast as it otherwise would have, it still grew. But I think when you look at the next 2 years, you can see the incredible growth again. STRS is going to have a little relief, but then in 22-23, we get hit with a $1.1 million increase. And that's assuming that our base doesn't grow, which of course we know it probably will. And then looking at PERS, the increase is enormous over a 2-year period, nearly 6%, collectively costing us over $3 million in the next 2 years. So this is an area of great concern. It has been an area of great concern. It continues to be. Obviously, the state recognizes it. That's why they've given us a little bit of relief, and we continue to advocate for additional relief. Next slide, please. Deficit spending. This is deficit spending at the state level. That the economy is very, very difficult to predict. Like I said, this is not a typical economic cycle that you can typically see coming a million miles away. And I will share that last year when I did this presentation, I talked about how it was a record number of consecutive years of economic growth and how we were all waiting for the cliff. We never expected that that cliff would be a pandemic, and it is. However, if we see if we see the release of a vaccination that is widely distributed, the hope is that we see a very sharp economic recovery because we can reopen. However, if we don't see that quick development of a vaccine and distribution, it is unlikely that we'll have a reopening quickly enough to have a very rapid recovery, which would result in a lengthier recession, which unfortunately could build upon itself. So a lot depends on what happens over the next few months, whether or not we'll see that recovery or not. The deferrals the state has done gave them a great amount of savings. It prevented cuts to education. However, they can only do that once. And actually, they really can't repay or stop deferring cash now until they get a lot more funding. So I would expect in 21-22 to have the same level of deferrals. And the year after, and potentially the year after, they will not be able to stop the deferrals until they get so much more money and new funds from an economic recovery that they can give us a double cash payment in 1 year. So that means that if faced with the same lack of revenues in 21-22, they don't have cash deferrals as a solution. They can't cut us more than 30%. It's too difficult to manage. So they would be forced to find other solutions should they have a lack of revenue. And then a little bit on the student-centered funding formula. We know that there are annual revisions to the formula, that it was very quickly enacted. And as we move forward, they find different areas that are problematic and they keep making adjustments. And we are unsure what those future adjustments could be. We do know that, again, we are just slightly above the hold harmless. We're unsure if those metrics will hold. We do know that if they don't, the hold harmless does give us a guaranteed level of funding through 23-24. We are encouraged that our efforts really have brought us above that level. Next slide, please. I talked a lot about the cash flow. We are positive that we can manage our cash. We have several different ways of managing cash. The primary way to manage the cash deferral is the tax revenue and anticipation note. However, the board has annually approved resolutions that allow us to borrow cash from other funds, excluding the bond fund, as well as the county treasurer. So if something should happen and we make a miscalculation, and I don't believe we have preliminary cash flow projections. We're refining those now, and we develop them with the assistance of our financing team. But if a miscalculation should occur, or should the state decide to defer more cash, which they have done in prior recessions, we have those other opportunities to borrow cash. So I want to reassure you that despite the heavy level of deferrals, we do have a plan that is very feasible that will ensure that we make payroll every month. Next slide, please. We have received funding to support our COVID-19 expenditures, without which it would have been economically devastating because of the level of expenditures we are experiencing. We received $7 million in the CARES Act for district expenditures. There was the same number for direct student financial aid under Dr. Munoz's area. But this $7 million has allowed us to fund professional development. It's allowed us to fund additional supplies such as personal protective equipment and cleaning supplies. It's allowed us to pay for overtime. It's allowed us to bring on staffing to man our screening tables, to obtain software to help perform screening. So from soup to nuts, this funding's been supportive of all of those activities. It is one time. It does expire in June. We will have no problem spending it by June, but it has been tremendously helpful. Has the COVID response block grant, providing an additional $2.1 million for the same purpose. Unfortunately, it is one time. And without a rapid recovery from COVID, if we are facing the same measures next summer or next fall, it is hoped that we have additional financial aid because the measures we have to take are incredibly expensive. And we sincerely hope that if the current situation continues, or even if it only continues at some reduced level, say on-campus instruction, but at much reduced class time, that still represents an incredibly expensive way to conduct education. And we are very hopeful that we will receive additional funding to support those costs. I talked about our economic projections. We are very closely monitoring the economy and expect to have a year of fast changing projections. Much like last year, from January to the May revise to the state budget enactment in June to now August, things changed rapidly and significantly. I anticipate to see that same level of change over the upcoming year for the 2021-22 year, which quite frankly is the concerning year. But again, we have plans in place, measures in place that were highly successful in 2019-20 that I believe would reach the same level of success in the current year. Next slide, please. Thank you for your patience with that presentation. I would now like to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you, Ms. Drinkwine. This is a comprehensive review, and I know there's a motion and a second has already been made and on the floor, and this is the time for discussion. And I think this is highly anticipated. What is going to happen with the budget this year in the pandemic? And I'd just like to briefly take a point of personal privilege as chair tonight to say thank you. Thank you to Governor Newsom, to Senate Pro Tem Tony Atkins, to Speaker Anthony Rendon for their leadership. Had they not made the legislative changes and the budget deals that they made, we would be in a whole world of hurt here. I think at one point we were looking at anywhere from a 20 to 40% budget reduction when the initial pandemic started. And I can say with certainty, we knew a pandemic was possible. President Obama had an office of pandemic readiness in the White House for almost 4 years. We had Ebola, we had SARS-1. Nobody died like we are having record levels of deaths in America, greater than almost World War I and World War II combined, with no end in sight. We knew it was possible, but somehow we became unprepared. And it has had tremendous personal and economic loss, and the recession and the numbers. We currently have the highest level of unemployment in Long Beach history, north of 20%. Never in recorded history of Long Beach has it been this great. And so I'm thankful for the numbers we're seeing, that we do have a $1.16 billion budget combined is nothing to sneeze at. But also, understanding the hesitancy. I don't know if I share much, but I'm a state employee, and I had to take a haircut. I had a 9.23% salary reduction, mandatory reduction. We have banned all travel in the state of California for state employees, even in neighbor states. We cannot go to Arizona, Nevada, let alone any international or interstate travel. We have a 100% telework, and we have mandatory contracting reductions at the state level in preparation for this tremendous economic uncertainty that still faces us ahead. But I think it sounds like a very solid position. Correct me if I'm mistaken, but did you say there was a $32 million in the reserves?
Correct. And forgive me, since I don't have my presentation up, I just want to confirm on my document. Yes, correct. We have, to be exact, $32.5 million projected in reserves for 2020-21. We ended 19-20 with $39.1 million, but do anticipate some deficit spending above about $6.6 million in the current budget year.
Wonderful. I want to thank my colleagues and I thank our stakeholders. I think what we've done in the pandemic has been unprecedented. With each of our collective bargaining groups and associations, we have reached a deal for a modest pay increase. Everyone, part-time faculty, full-time faculty, classified, got at least 2%, some 2.76%. I mean, for our faculty, we were able to triple the one-time payout for professional development that, back when President Obama came in his first term, that was $500 and that was it. And we were able to do $1,500 in a totally different federal environment right now. And so I think it's really a testament to our partnership, our discussions, our thoughtfulness, being fiscally prudent, that we were able to achieve those type of results in the middle of the worst global pandemic of the 21st century that we always knew was coming. I don't know if you watch Netflix. There's an episode from November 2019 in the explained videos that goes in great detail. In November of 2019, a pandemic was coming. It's there. We knew it. It wasn't a mistake. It was not unknown. It wasn't unplanned for. We just didn't do enough to prepare for it. And it's unfortunately to our own peril. But we at Long Beach City College, I think, have made great strides, and thankfully, because of our state legislature. I know we talked about the CARES Act tonight. That was one-time funding to help offset supplies, help our students eat, help them get our technology and hotspots. Without that federal funding, we would not be able to do that. And I know that was the CARES Act. Now there was one that was, months ago now. I want to say that was in March, maybe in April.
March.
And we at the state have been tracking, and I've been tracking. We thought we were going to have the original state budget in June was predicated on federal funding for state and local governments July 31st that did not materialize. There was a second budgetary revision in the state legislature, unprecedented, in August, hoping that federal stimulus money would come. It did not. No money for local or state governments or colleges. There were some proposals, but the Senate proposed about $1 trillion, and the House has about $3 trillion, and they're $2 trillion off. That's with a T. And that is bigger than President Obama's economic recovery after the financial crisis in the housing market collapse of 2008, 2009, because that was about $1 trillion. I mean, these numbers are huge with the T's. And now we still are in September with no Corona economic recovery stimulus in sight from the federal government. We are being left high and dry on the islands of each state is out there for themselves. And that I don't believe in that philosophy. But I am hearing the next leverage point and a potential federal deal is September 30th. But I'm not optimistic. September 30th is the end of the federal fiscal year. That if we can't get an economic stimulus recovery by the end of this month, the federal government may close on October 1st in the middle of the worst global pandemic of the 21st century. That would be a horrible situation to be in, and that we have to be prepared for. I mean, federal government closes. Are we going to get our FAFSA? Are we going to get our federal money? Can students get student loans? Is the mail going to arrive from the Postal Service? The federal government is closed October 1st. That is a bad situation I don't think we want to be in, and will probably make the economic recovery worse, if not longer. I mean, all the Federal Reserve projections from different feds have this as a Nike swoosh, not as a V recovery. A Nike swoosh, and we are planning, our planning purposes of the state is 36 to 60 months from March of 2020. We have to be very careful as we go forward here to understand the tremendous economic uncertainty, the bottom of the economic, cycle that we're in. It has never been, in our lifetimes. Definitely, maybe in Trustee Baxter's lifetime. I wasn't here during the Great Depression. I hear it was pretty bad. I know you weren't here either. I know you weren't here either. I'm just joking, Jenny.
I'm listening to your every word, and no, I was not there.
My grandparents, I grew up, they lived through it, and we were farmers. They would grow stuff in the backyard. They were resourceful. We had a lot of cans because they knew what destitute was. If you lived through the Great Depression, that greatest generation, they know. And it's tremendous experience. But I want to two things, and I'm going to stop talking. I know we talked about Dr. Munoz. Thank you, Dr. Munoz. You've shown us in an economic collapse, focusing on students of color makes money. And tell me if I got this number right, even though it sounds crazy. Our enrollment is down, but I heard that some student group is up, and that if I got it right, Ms. Drinkwine, $0.7 million or $700,000 in increased revenue.
Correct.
Dr. Munoz, by chance, can answer that?
Yes, he is here.
Hello. Hi, sorry, I had to switch to my cell phone. I was having connectivity issues with my laptop.
No problem, Dr. Munoz. I just want to follow a question from Ms. Drinkwine's presentation. We heard that enrollment's down, but some student group is up, and it's up in the ballpark. It brought in about $700,000 money. Can you explain that?
If I can,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr. Munoz.
Go ahead, Martin.
I was going to say that it's largely due to completions and an increase in identification of students who qualify for Pell Grants.
Yes, sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Munoz.
Yes, so like you mentioned, we implemented several strategies that were equity-minded that also improved our standing with the student-centered funding formula. Some of those strategies were, really worked hard to increase our direct high school matriculants. So the partnerships that we build with Long Beach Unified and taking a lot of our matriculation services led by Dean Sonia De La Torre out to the high schools and really embedding those services have shown significant gains. This year, we actually saw an increase in African-American student enrollment for the first time in several years with a very sharp increase in Black male student enrollment. So we're very proud of that accomplishment. As well as the financial aid team has worked extremely hard in increasing the number of Pell recipients. And as you know, in the funding formula, one of the main metrics that's used is the number of Pell recipients, not just in terms of a point of enrollment and how many Pell students you have enrolled, but also it on the back end and completions as well. So if you're a completer with an ADT and you're a Pell recipient, you get additional dollars. So because we've done such a good job of identifying Pell recipients, increasing our direct high school matriculants, as well as a focus on completion, we've seen a nice sharp increase in our revenue through the student-centered funding formula. Is that accurate, Marlene or VP Drinkwine?
Yes, indeed. Absolutely. Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. That's great to hear. I know when we first started talking about focusing on Black students and the achievement gap 2 years ago, there was questions of why would we do that for? What is the point of that? What do they need? Why? What about East Long Beach? What about Belmont Shore? I remember that conversation. And I think it's important that we're showing when you have control for the worst economic crisis in a generation, it still works. Just imagine in an economic recovery, how much more we can do, how much more money it could bring in. That's be money for everybody's salaries and benefits and facility costs and parking and all the things that our student revenue goes towards. So I just wanted to point, and I'm sorry, Dr. Munoz, can I ask a follow-up question? Can you tell me how much cuts have happened to the Emoja program, the A2Men program, and the Justice Scholars program? How much cuts have we done to those programs this year?
So we haven't actually implemented any cuts. We've actually been able to leverage some of our seed program dollars to expand services in those areas because we've had a very strong equity focus. So, as Vice President Drinkwine mentioned in her budget update, there was a potential of an 18% reduction in seed program dollars, but that was taken off the table from the governor when the revise came out. So we're in a pretty good standing right now in terms of making sure that we're directing our seed program dollars to support Justice Scholars, to support Emoja, and to support Puente. And the year before, my first year I arrived, we prioritized some of those seed program dollars to really increase the budgets for those programs because prior to my arrival, those programs were slightly underfunded, to be honest with you. So I worked with VP Drinkwines to make the decisions to align that budget a little bit more with an equity lens.
Great. Thanks for that clarification, Dr. Munoz. Appreciate it. The last question, I know in June, and previously we had a lot of discussion about an early retirement option. The SURF?
SURP, Supplemental Employee Retirement Program. We have been working with Keenan, who we used for our last SERP, one of two primary firms who do retirement plans, and received some preliminary numbers. So we are exploring that, looking at potential savings. We will be moving forward with those discussions as we consider this as a potential solution. Obviously, there's a lot of conversations that would have to occur across the entire community of our campus. But initial and preliminary data shows it could help us achieve some additional savings. But we are definitely exploring every opportunity available to us to achieve those savings.
That's great. I know we're in the initial and preliminary steps, and we've been looking at this for a while now. What order of magnitude are we talking about? How much money are we talking about potentially saving?
We could, I believe it's in excess of $1 million, but I would need to go back and take a look at that. That's predicated on a lot of different assumptions, and it's predicated upon at what level would we backfill any vacancies, at what different employee groups would we be able to offer it to. Traditionally, you get less savings when you offer it to some employee groups versus others. So that's all part of the conversation, and there could be a wide range, but potentially we could achieve more than $1 million.
And that would be $1 million in ongoing funding to the unrestricted general fund?
Typically, we achieve that savings in the current year, and that as you roll forward in future years and as how your new hires who come on at that lower salary range and they progress upward through the salary schedule, those savings slowly dissipate.
So if we did a SERP, I said the F on accident, I call it surf like I was going to the beach, which there's no water related to SERPs. But so we could potentially have $1 million ongoing funding that could be used in future years for hiring new folks, new classified or new faculty members at a lower rate. Is that what you said?
Correct. Well, and typically what happens with the SERP, depending on how much in savings you want to achieve, you typically identify a certain number of positions you're choosing not to hire. So if you really want to save a lot of money, you choose, okay, this is an opportunity to get vacancies, and you let them remain unfilled. That gives you the greatest amount of savings. The second greatest amount is with the assumption that those folks taking the retirement, because typically you require at least 5 years of service. So they're at least on the 5th step of their salary schedule, if not higher, if they've been with us a long time. They're leaving with the salary much higher than your new employee would be coming in at typically step 1. And so it is the gap between those steps on the salary range that achieve savings. And again, as time goes on and they progress along the salary schedule, that those savings gradually dissipate, which is why you see institutions considering SERPs perhaps every 5 or 6 years. It's also why if you offer it more frequently, typically you don't get the savings because it no longer becomes an incentive. You're just reflecting regular retirement attrition. We're in unique times. We did do a SERP right after I came on board 2 years ago. So if we were considering a SERP for June 30th, say, of 2021, there will be only 3 years. But like I said, projections show there's actually an opportunity for savings where I normally wouldn't recommend a SERP more frequently than 5 years. Preliminarily, we may. So we are definitely exploring those opportunities.
I know in our preliminary conversations about this, Ms. Drinkwine, we talked about doing it at the end of this calendar year. And I know as a public employee that there's some advantages to employees if they retire before December 31st. CalSTRS, CalPERS, there's some 403B funding opportunities or payout opportunities to become available or incentivized for employees if they did retire before December 31st. When would we have to move from preliminary assessment to actual numbers to hit a December 31st opportunity for any or some employees who may be eligible for a SERP?
We would have to move very quickly because we want to ensure that once we do offer a SERP, employees have the opportunity to consult with retirement experts that they can understand exactly what the impact is on them personally. I will share that it's been a challenge with PERS and STRS as those employees themselves are working remotely for people to access those services. We'd have to move very quickly. I think we were also considering potentially a mid-year SERP when we were unsure what the budget circumstance would look like for us for 2021. At that point, when we were looking at potentially a 10% cut, just the student center funding formula alone, we would have to achieve some reductions in costs quickly. Luckily, we now know we have at least a year before that cliff comes back up to us again, before 21-22 hits. And so I believe we're looking at that target. But again, we've only gotten the data back recently, so recently that unfortunately I haven't been able to share it with Interim Superintendent President Bynum yet. So like I said, when I say preliminary, I want to assure you that we have started that study, but the numbers just recently came in and we haven't reached those decision points. But a mid-year, meaning mid-fiscal year of a December 31 means that we would have to move rather quickly.
would rather quickly, in order to be appropriate time for our staff to consider, we would probably want to make it available by November 1st. So they'd have 2 months to review and consider. Is that too short? November 1st, too short?
Yeah, too short. And typically you have to require a certain level of participation for the SERP to move forward. That if you don't get that level of participation to at least hit a break-even point or hit a certain level of savings above that break-even point, you actually don't move forward with the SERP. So you need to have a decision point, a go, no go, where the employees say, I am going to retire. I cannot rescind it. So if you move forward, I can't rescind my retirement. That point has to happen with enough time in advance for us to evaluate the number of folks who have made that commitment and determine whether we can move forward. And so and then once you're talking December 31st, you have the holiday break in there, which just moves everything up.
So we're really looking at like October 1st. Probably
yeah, when I say move quickly, I meant we'd have to have something for your consideration in October.
Yeah. All right, well, maybe something that we can talk about and have in a future agenda meeting. All right, that's all the questions I have. Open the floor to the other trustees. Looks like
I have a couple of questions. Sorry, can you hear me?
Sorry, President Malauulu. Trustee Otto had his hand up already and was about to speak.
No problem. No problem.
I'll come right back to you. Trustee Otto, you want to unmute yourself? You were talking with your mute on. There you go.
In listening to this and having gone over it pretty carefully before, these are my takeaways from it. We are pleasantly surprised by the past state budget as it affects the budget, and that's thanks largely to the leadership in Sacramento. And when I say pleasantly surprised, I don't mean that this is great. What I mean is that it looks to me like we will pass a budget this year that we can live with, even though it's not pretty. And by the way, the second point is that, but the second year looks disastrous. Of course, things can change, but I mean, I was trying to figure out the amount, the percentage of money that will be deferred, and what it'll mean, and what it'll take to get there. And I don't know all the rules, but it looks like a multi-year problem. Second, it's always ominous to build things on the borrowing of money, whether it's trans or whether it's other things. We're pushed into that. There's no way out. However, there's no question that if we do that this year, that's not really available in any meaningful way in subsequent years. So it's a short-term solution to what I consider to be a long-term problem because of all the dimensions of the problem. Third, the state funding formula continues to be a problem, although we have moved out, although we may move out of hold harmless, which would be terrific. I think it's all maybe a Pyrrhic victory because I think the formula is going to change, and I think that it may be a gratuitous development. It's great if we can move out, but they've moved the period 3 times now, I think, and they've made the funding formula so complicated that people on campuses throughout the state, in my opinion, are spending more time trying to figure out how to game the system than they are in how to live with it, and that's not a good thing to do. The thing to do is, I mean, everything seems like a moving target. I wanted us to get to 20,000 FTES so that we could become a big college and maybe get an extra $1 million. And now I've come to the conclusion in my conversations with Marlene, then that may not make any difference at all because there are other things that have to do with it. I am mostly worried about the CalSTRS and CalPERS things because even though we got kind of a break this year, we really only got a break on the STRS part of it and not on the CalPERS part of it. And that had to do with the way that it was last year and not so much the way that it is this year. But if you look at the years coming after this, a decision was made in the earliest part of this last decade that we had to fund it, meaning the districts really had to fund it, that the participants would do a little bit and the state would do a little bit, but the state realized the conclusion or reached the conclusion that it just couldn't afford to pay for the health benefits and that they were going to have to come from someplace else. And if you look in the most revealing chart that I saw was what it's going to go back up to, and therefore what it is going to cost us in the next 2 years on the top of everything else. So I'm glad we got through this year. There's that, I think I mentioned to Marlene this afternoon, the old Lawrence Ferlinghetti poem about, and then comes the smiling mortician. That's what it feels like coming on, and yeah, things can be done and things kind of work out a little bit. But it seems to me like with all the changes, with this moving to online stuff and what that costs and everything else, that this is a problem that we have to take very, very seriously, not this moment, but we can't say, oh, we dodged the bullet. We have to say, what are we going to do moving forward in order to maintain the quality of our education, attract students, and do all the kinds of things that we'll really need to do to be competitive going forward. So that's just my takeaways from this. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Otto. We're going to go to President Malauulu is next for the floor.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions, Vice President Drinkwine. First of all, I want to thank you for a great, as usual, budget hearing. I really appreciate all the information that you gave us. I appreciate your way of explaining things. So thank you very much for doing that. And I know that anybody tuning in to watch from home who is a lay person and not overly involved in budgets appreciates it too. So you have a knack for explaining all those complicated numbers. I have a couple of questions, and maybe I missed it. Maybe you did report this, but was there an actual amount, a line item that illustrated how much the district has spent with COVID and how much we've received with the CARES Act that offset that expense? I know you talked at length about COVID, but I didn't catch a particular number. Did I miss it on a slide?
You didn't. I only talked about the revenues we received, which again was $7 million for the institutional portion of the CARES Act, another $7 million for the student financial aid portion of the CARES Act, and then we've just recently received $2.1 million for the COVID-19 block grant. And I should not omit the $900,000 we got from the HSI portion of the CARES Act. And I talked just generally about our usage, but what I'd like to offer to you, and because this is an ongoing process where we're still identifying additional expenditures, we're still learning from what we experienced over the summer. We're still learning from what gaps we have that we still need to fill. And so we're still establishing priorities and usage. I would love to be able to come back to you and with my colleagues and fellow VPs present a more comprehensive deep dive into our use of CARES Act and the COVID-19 block grant and describe to you the uses, how successful those uses have been, and what we anticipate would be ongoing needs should the pandemic lengthen some of these actions. In my mind,
I appreciate that.
It'd be an entirely different and just as time-intensive presentation, but I really would love to be able to bring that back to you.
I appreciate that. And that's a big part of my question, but there's also a smaller part of my question. I just want to make sure that at some point it's addressed. As far as the district, as far as non-CARES Act money, how much money has the district spent in anything COVID related that didn't necessarily come from the CARES Act funding?
It's more a question of how much revenues have we lost. Most of our additional expenditures we have been able to fund through CARES Act. So again, that's the additional purchase of equipment, professional development, technology, whether that technology is for faculty, staff, or students, or systems. But we've lost revenues, and the lost revenues, we do not have the ability to use CARES Act to backfill. So the small amounts everybody's familiar with, parking permits, we refunded 60% in spring. We're not charging for fall. We've lost health-related fees, but we still have a health center. More than that, we've lost a tremendous amount of revenues from Long Beach Unified and other school districts using Vet Stadium for commencement. The antique swap meet and auto swap meet were just recently able to reopen under the public health orders, but they generate about $1 million a year collectively in revenue. So across the board, we've had losses in revenue. We look at, and typically that revenue benefits specific funds. They're not in our general fund. They're not, the heart of what we do. And our general fund reflects our heart. It's the other funds that reflect those ancillary kind of activities. Those funds can weather the storm for about a year. We've had some really healthy, fiscally conservative practices. And when I talked about the sufficiency of reserves, that's what I mean, that we can support those activities for about a year. And that's about it if we don't start generating revenues again. Luckily, we have swap meets occurring again. But consider our cafeteria is not operating. Our vending machines are not generating revenue. Even our bookstore has reduced sales because if you need a pencil, you're not walking into the bookstore to buy it, you're going online. The movement to OER actually has had an impact too. So if you think about all the other areas we generate revenue, those aren't in operation, and those are a greater problem. We will be submitting a claim to FEMA when this is all done. There are some FEMA expenses and losses of revenues that we might be able to get reimbursed from FEMA. But as we watch that situation, we already know from colleagues who have suffered from FEMA claims and horrible tragedies, and they're going through those same tragedies as we speak, that it takes FEMA about 3 years to pay claims. FEMA, we understand, will also consider CARES Act, that they will likely offset our reimbursement for funds we receive from the feds to address the emergency. So we are not relying on FEMA reimbursements at all. We are tracking expenditures. We will be going through the hoops that FEMA requires. We've attended trainings, but we will not be budgeting any amount until we actually get the cash in our hand. But across the board, we have lost revenues. And if these expenditures go past June without additional federal aid funding, then those measures we would have to support from our operating budget, and that would be even more problematic.
Okay, thank you for that. And I have one additional question. You spent a significant amount of time talking about SERP, and I'm just wondering about the employees who got a pay increase in July. If we do offer a December SERP, then I know that they need to have the highest salary in a 12-month period. So they're going to actually be impacted with their PERS calculation because they won't have that full year. So is it better for them to just wait it out until the end of the academic year?
The benefits of a mid to the end year have all differing effects depending on an employee's specific circumstance. I think I went into a lot of depth and detail about the problems we would face trying to achieve it by mid-year, and that initially our consideration for a mid-year was more reflective of if we had that 10% cut, we would have to do something quickly. We have the benefit of time now. We have the luxury of a little bit more time. I'm still going to explore what that would look like if we wanted to achieve it, and that exploration would include, President Malauulu, the potential impact on a retiree from taking that date versus the end of the year. It is a dynamic calculation that has a lot of different factors.
Okay. And then I just want to reiterate and echo what Trustee Otto said. I too am pleasantly surprised. This was not as bad as I expected. I also don't think the state budget is as bad as I expected it to be, but I know that I might be in the minority of thinking that, but certainly our district budget is a lot better than I thought it would be. So thank you, and thank everybody on the finance team and the budget committee who worked so hard to crunch these numbers. You know, power to you. Us left brain English language arts people, you know, we bow down to you because, you know, those mathematicians, boy, they do all the work, all the heavy lifting. So thank you.
Thank you. And that gives me an opportunity to thank John Thompson and his incredible team in fiscal services. I think you had the pleasure of him presenting to you the tentative budget in June when I was out, unfortunately, with ill. I think we all know I had COVID myself. So I really am incredibly proud and honored to have them as my colleagues, and that the work they do is exemplary, especially under these conditions when they are working remotely most of the time as well. And it's been a Herculean effort for them to manage this incredibly challenging budget year. So thank you so much for that, President Malauulu.
Thank you. I'm done, Vice President Untuck.
Vice President Untuck, may I ask one question?
Thank you, President Malauulu, for your questions and comments. Let's go to Trustee Baxter for her questions and comments.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Drinkwine, you have done an outstanding job explaining a very complicated situation. But as you were talking, I was struck by something, and that is, has the facilities, the bond plan, have they changed because of COVID and the lack of people on campus? And what I'm thinking about specifically, I think the redoing of Vet Stadium was coming up pretty soon. Will that be delayed because you've got to make some money back? You've got to increase, at least break even with the revenues?
It's a little bit opposite. I had shared with the board that our bids were coming in much higher than we anticipated. You know, we anticipate escalation over the long term of the bond projects. It was just more increased, sharper than we anticipated, largely because of steel imports were more expensive from China, and because all of our colleagues were passing bond measures too. So everybody's building. So that means supply and demand economics at its basis. Things were more expensive. Strangely, because there hasn't been as much activity on campus, and because we have some wonderful firms with the parking structure, I'm knocking on wood, I don't want to jinx it, but parking structure and the kinesiology lab and aquatic centers are going well. They might finish, I'm afraid to say it out loud, a little bit before we anticipate, which is great because early means cheaper. But I have to hand it to the bond management team. They've done a phenomenal job. John Duong, head of the bond management team with Cordoba, and then Walter Johnson, who didn't join us that long ago, hit the ground running. Our senior director of facilities and the entire facilities team have done phenomenal. Procurement, Bob Raposa, Elemental, all of those folks have been instrumental in the support of the process. We are busier than we've ever been. Initially, with COVID, we looked at what would happen if we had to halt construction. It would cost us about $100,000 a day if we stopped construction. And so luckily, public works contracts are essential and they're allowed to move forward. But our bond program is busier than it's ever been. I think we've always had an aggressive schedule. When everybody returns to campus, you're gonna see improvements across the board. If you haven't driven down PCH lately, do it. Look at that parking structure. First parking structure to beautify a neighborhood. So great news from the construction programs. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. Student Trustee Jimenez. Still on mute. There you go.
No, I don't have any comments. She actually explained everything perfectly. I really love the way Marlene Drinkwine explains things sometimes. I did sit with you in the Facilities Advisory Committee, and just the way that she explains such complicated information, I have no questions. I have no further questions. And I thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Student Trustee Jimenez. Appreciate it. With no further trustees to speak, I'd like to call for I'm not going to call for the question because I don't want to vote on it, but let's just have our roll call vote. Secretary Hahn, do you take the roll call, please?
I'm here, yes. Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk,
Aye.
and Doug Otto. He stepped away. Doug Otto?
We can move on without him. I think we have the votes to adopt the budget, and
I'll have to report him as absent, yes.
maybe we can come back to him later. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on. Thank you, Ms. Drinkwine, for the presentation, and everyone for your comments. The budget is important. We just passed, am I correct here, a $1.16 billion budget at Long Beach City College, all combined, bonding, operating funds, restricted funds, child care center, the whole kit and caboodle. All right. Congratulations, everybody. We live to see another day in the coronavirus world. The virus will not win. Humans are stronger. All right, here we go. Let's go to the next item. We have, we just passed our budget, 10.1. We have a 10.2. It's a 2019-2020 CCFS 311 annual fiscal and budget report, including 2020-21 appropriations gain limit. This is an action item. I need a motion and a second to move forward. Do I have such?
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Baxter. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Jimenez. President Malauulu smiling at me. I'm going to put her as the friendly second for recording.
Yes, sounds good. I'm sorry I was on mute.
Well, you had your nice smiling picture there, so I took that as you. Second. So we have a motion and a second. Motion by Trustee Baxter, second by Student Trustee Jimenez. And we're going to move. Is there any discussion on this item or anything you'd like to say, Marlene, about the annual appropriations gain limit?
The most common question I get on this item is how is it different from the action you just took? The action you just took approves the budget. This approves the 2019-20 expenditure report. So you're approving the unaudited actuals from last year. Combined with that, the GAN limit is an antiquated calculation that has no longer a force. It used to limit the growth of government. They took all the penalties away from it. When the first time they had to refund money, it cost more to refund it than the money they refunded. But we still have to go through that exercise. And so it is a formal process to adopt the formal report.
Is this in state statute?
Yes, it is.
We have to talk to one of our legislators, see if they can fix that. Okay. Any discussion from any of the trustees? Seeing and hearing none, let's call for the roll call vote. Secretary Hahn? Did I say it right, Jackie? You're still muted.
I thought it was her that was muted. Student Trustee Jimenez? Aye. Virginia Baxter?
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu?
Aye.
Uduak-Joe Ntuk?
Aye.
And Doug Otto? Okay.
All right, looks like the item passes 4-0. All right, we'll move on to section 11, student services, 11.1. No items. And we will move forward to 12 reports. We have up first here, Academic Senate, followed by Classified Senate. 12.1, the President of the Academic Senate, none other than Jerry Flores. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Virtual College Day activities were simply wonderful. As you know, the focus was on the book, Minding the Obligation Gap in Community Colleges, and the speakers, Dr. Jennifer Taylor Mendoza and Professor Jeremy Wallace, were motivational and inspirational. Many faculty have said they have gone back and listened again and again to their comments on student equity, challenging our stereotypes, participating in professional development, and the ways we can move the equity needle. They were both so complimentary of the work we are doing through our cultural curriculum audit and noted that we are role models for other institutions. I would again like to acknowledge the work of the faculty in creating and continuing the development of this most exciting endeavor. Dr. Wendy Koenig, Michael Robertson, Nancy Mahan, Suman Mondanuri, and Dr. Matt Lawrence. And of course, we couldn't do it without Dr. Kathy Scott, the Executive Vice President of Academic Affairs. Many faculty are hoping that we continue conversations on this book Minding the Obligation Gap as the academic year progresses. I want to spotlight the work being done by Dr. Heather Van Valkenburg and Jennifer Holmgren from the Institutional Effectiveness and College Planning Offices. The planning process at Long Beach City College is a team effort. The College Planning Committee is a shared governance committee, and without that collaborative focus, we would not be able to address the issues that confront us as an institution and those that are roadblocks to our students. All of the members of CPC are committed to the planning process and will remain in all facets of it. It is no small feat to safely bring faculty, students, and staff back on campus to complete the lab portions of certain classes from the spring semester. That's been occurring these last couple of weeks. So many individuals to thank for this Herculean effort. LBCC is committed to putting our students first, and their success is our success. As part of their first year experience as probationary tenure track instructors, the new faculty earn their college service through participation in College Culture Fridays. This is coordinated by Suman Mundanari, the Faculty Professional Development Coordinator, with assistance from our Senior Office Assistant, Catherine Conchata. Weekly topics featuring speakers from the campus community provide an in-depth overview of the college. A particular focus this fall will be assisting the faculty with the development of their portfolios, which are a key component to their evaluation. The Academic Senate will have their first meeting of the academic year this Friday. I am looking forward to welcoming new senators, greeting returning senators, and working closely with the Senate Executive Board officers, Shauna Hagman, Wendy Koenig, Colin Williams, and Suman Mundanari, as collectively the Academic Senate represents our instructional colleagues as the official voice of faculty at Long Beach City College. Best wishes to everyone for a unique, creatively successful academic year. Together, we are able to meet any challenges that come our way. It is an honor for me to say I am a Long Beach City College Viking. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Jerry. We'll go to Cece for the Classified Senate.
Thank you, Vice President Intuk. Everybody's impacted by the beginning of a session, but our classified professionals are highly impacted in the weeks leading up to and following the fall session. So we took a little breather from our activities, and we're going to start up again in a few weeks. So I don't have much to report, but I'd like just to take a few moments for a few things that were on the agenda tonight that got me thinking. I want to commend our ASB President, Cesar Arizon, and student trustee, Jenna Jimenez, for their commitment to students, for their professionalism, and their determination to affect change. It's pretty amazing that under these circumstances that they're working and determined to support the students as much as possible and to affect change, which is not easy to do. I also was thinking about the strong women that have been leaders in the almost 100-year history of Long Beach City College. We celebrated Dr. Beverly O'Neill's 90th birthday tonight, who was an incredible influence on the entire city of Long Beach, as well as to myself when she was superintendent president. But also there was Vice President Intuk mentioned Phyllis Arias, who was also a mentor to me when I first started working for the district. And I remember being amazed that this woman who I admired so much for her professionalism, her quiet strength, had been a student activist at UC Santa Barbara, who, as Vice President Intuk mentioned tonight, was part of history. There's so many more women that takes too long to mention, but we were just about to get going with Women's History Month when the pandemic hit and we had to leave. And I really hope that we'll all be together next March, and maybe we can celebrate some of these strong women of Long Beach City College. And two of them are my constituency my counterparts in constituency representation, Jerry Florence, who you just heard of, and I agree with everything that she said about College Day and about minding the obligation gap. And we do look forward to conversations about that. And Diana Ogamachi, the FA president. And you can't forget our classified union president, Robert Rometta, who's done an amazing job in the last 5 months. He's a quiet person, but he's done an incredible job representing the classified staff. And I was just very reflective tonight because his mother, who's no longer with us, Priscilla Rometta, was also an incredible mentor to me for many years and was so supportive of me, often in moments where I really needed someone. And I learned so much from her and I loved working with her. And so maybe it's just my little Women's History Month celebration right now in my remarks. So thank you very much. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Cece. Appreciate that. There's always the interlinking connections. You never know who's who. And if you know Phyllis Arias, she's not 7 foot. She is.
That's another reason why she was a mentor to me, because I'm short and she's short. And like, oh, you know, she's
a tough cookie.
Yeah.
You want to tough cookies like that.
Yeah.
You know, Cece. Yep. Thank you so much for the report tonight. I think we're moving to our next report from the Board of Trustees. I know Trustee Baxter is ready. She was mentioning she had a report of epic proportions. Trustee Baxter, would you like to go first?
Well, I don't know if I have a report of epic proportions because I've only had 2 weeks now between the last meeting. So keep that in mind. But here goes. Okay. I enjoyed watching College Day on Zoom. I stayed through the whole presentation, which I thought was very, very interesting, took notes, and actually went out and bought the book. So when I'm done reading Minding the Opportunity Gap, I'm going to give the book to the library so other people can read it too. During the College Day presentation, two things that I really liked, and one was the photos of all the new hires. And I thought that was great to just put their names out there and salute them and all those kinds of things. I thought that was great. And then the second thing, which I had a little bit to do with, was the recognition of the Long Beach Rotary Scholarship Foundation, which gives $100,000 annually to the college for our scholarship recipients. And so I was glad that they got recognition for that. Okay, other things I've been doing. I started teaching my how to write your autobiography class last Monday, or 2 weeks ago, Monday that was Labor Day, but I'm back next Monday, the next 3 Mondays to do that class. And it's always fun to hear what people have to say and about their lives. I also attended the Long Beach City College Foundation feasibility study presentation. Very interesting. And they're on the right direction for the 100th anniversary of the college. And that's exciting. I also attended a Rotary Scholarship Foundation meeting. And I also today listened to a webinar, and I wrote down, Engaging California Community Colleges in the 2020 Election. And this was put on by the CCLC, the league, and had some interesting facts that I thought were important. First of all the people who were watching, and I don't know how many people that was because they never told us, 97% of the people were registered voters, which did not shock me. 50% have voted the past 25 years, that's me. 68% were not working for a candidate or a cause, and I thought that was interesting. This is just the people who are watching the webinar. But I think and then Alex Padilla, the Secretary of State, spoke, and he gave a wonderful review about how safe the elections were and not for people to worry about things like that and how they double check things and things like that. And then a student who was on the student board, statewide board, spoke. His name was Andrew Trinket. And he pointed out only 22% of students vote. And this is known, if you run for office, you know, students, young people don't vote, old people vote. But he talked about the ways that his organization, so what Jenna is, but on a statewide level, is doing to change that. And so they're trying to get on campus, and I'm sure Luann will be contacted, how to have, and Dr. Munoz, how to get more students registered to vote, because they've only got like about a month before that's over. It's October something, to get them registered to vote, and have places on campus where you can drop off your ballot that are safe, because that's a concern of people. And then there's actually what do you call it? AB, Assembly Bill, that has designated that each campus has to have a coordinator to get students engaged in the election. And I'm sure Dr. Munoz has appointed some wonderful person to that role. Then the last thing that was brought out is that students could work as poll workers, and they wouldn't necessarily have to be registered voters. They just have to be 18 years old. And this is true. This was an opportunity for them to make some money. I did not realize that poll workers got paid, and also serve our community. And here's a big problem. Most poll workers are older people. They might be afraid of getting COVID. And so they are going to have a difficulty in getting people to serve as poll workers. So I thought, Jenna, maybe you can work with Dr. Munoz and Caesar on taking care of that. Then what are things coming up? Oh, I'm so glad you asked. On Saturday, there's going to be a movie, and Justin Mendez, who is the director of basic needs, is on hunger. And they're also going to have a food giveaway. And what's really neat is Justin, who's on our homeless meeting, and another member of committee, and another member of our committee, Jory Caldwell, works with the Long Beach Grocery. They're putting on this activity together. So that is on Saturday. Then, of course, on Sunday, you'll all be tuned in for the Zoom event on Sunday from 3 to 5. I know you're dying to go. And I have to salute our colleagues, because we have an incredible turnout of people who have signed up and have donated. And I've said this over and over again, we are the most generous people and at Long Beach City College, and that is proving to be true. And then on September 24th, our group, along with Basic Needs, along with Child Development and the Senior Center, are participating in a thing called Long Beach Gives, which is a outreach to get people to give to those different groups and from the community. And this is a way to reach out to smaller donors, because you can give any amount that you want. So you don't have to be a major donor and be a big cheese and stuff like that. So that's September 24th. Now, we're not pushing that till after the September 13th event. And then also I wanted to add on the salute to Mayor Beverly O'Neill, Dr. Beverly O'Neill, the woman who hired me twice, in 1973 and in 1975. 1973 to teach history of American women at the Women's Center. That's where I met her. Then in 1975 when I got a contract. And she is a wonderful person. And I love the photo that Luann that you sent. And it was a terrific, and I'm sure Beverly loved that. And then also I wanted to salute Diane Du Bois, who is retiring from the Lakewood City Council. I am very excited that Vicki Stuckley is replacing her. I think this is she's a wonderful addition. And the people in Lakewood know how to do it. They've assigned another person to take Diane's seat, and they'll go right along. And so congratulations to Vicki, and also congratulations to Diane. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. I will just say that was epic. None of epic proportions, epic reports. 2 weeks. We're going to ask you to raise the bar next month when we have a full 4 weeks.
Then you're going to have 6 weeks.
Oh, whoa. We're going to put this at the beginning of the agenda next time. Okay, Trustee Otto, do you have a report to give?
Yeah, very quickly. I was with Jenny at all of those events. And so I don't have to repeat any of that. And that's my report.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hopefully you guys were socially distancing in your all your escapades.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good, good.
On Zoom.
Oh, all Zoom. Yeah, you mandatory social distancing then. President Malulu, do you have a PowerPoint picture slide deck ready to go?
No, but I really miss being there to be able to do that. And I miss having a full calendar to be able to share all the wonderful things happening at both campuses and in the community. 3 very small things to report. First of all, I just want to once again welcome everyone back to the 2020-2021 academic year. College Day was a huge success, in my opinion, just based on the feedback that I was able to read during the 2 keynote speakers. I was so excited that everyone was so engaged. And one of the comments that I contributed to the feed was the fact that I really believe that we were more intent and listening more intently and closer. The fact that we were watching it on Zoom, because I think if we'd been in person, sometimes we get distracted and start visiting because we haven't seen everyone all summer. So we start talking to people at our table or behind us. But actually focused on the Zoom presentation and the live stream webcast. I just thought it was really nice. Both of the keynote speakers were outstanding. I actually shared their videos on my social media, asking friends who have differing opinions, especially about education and race equity, to please watch the video. I also want to commend the various departments who contributed to the success of College Day. Communications team, as always, they just do such an amazing job capturing all the videos, the editing, the sign language, getting the subtitles and the captions. Just such a great job. And then Dr. Scott with academic affairs, being able to coordinate that. I mean, everybody just did an amazing job. And one of the things, I don't really like to single people out because I know I miss someone all the time, but I just want to make sure that I acknowledge the work that Dr. Scott and the Academic Senate did to try to get College Day off. It was great. On September 1st, I had a follow-up meeting with Dr. Bernie Luskin. This is regarding our board evaluation. We talked about a number of things. It was a very productive Zoom meeting. And lastly, I just want to acknowledge Labor Day this past Monday, and just really want to thank our constituent groups, our full and part-time faculty, and our classified staff. I know that in academia, we really don't consider ourselves to be labor per se. We don't think of ourselves as blue-collar labor. But in the world of collective bargaining, we certainly are labor, and it's not just the trade. There's the annual Labor Day parade, which our faculty has participated in. And unfortunately, we weren't able to have it because of COVID. But it was a day that still needed to be commemorated. So I want to make sure that we acknowledge all of our employees with this Monday's Labor Day. And then the last thing that I want to say to our students, and I know earlier in the meeting, student trustee Jenna Jimenez mentioned the equity in terms of access to technology. And even though that was a couple of hours ago, I just can't shake that. I have 2 boys. I have a 9th grader and I have a 6th grader that are at home learning remotely. And I know how difficult it is. My youngest son in the 6th grade, his school, the Wi-Fi went out all day yesterday. He wasn't able to get on. And some of the teachers, because they do teach from school, they had to go home and use their own personal Wi-Fi. And I was just thinking, we have students at Long Beach City College who probably are parents and are experiencing the same difficulty and are also experiencing difficulties as students. And then again, we've mentioned our employees, our faculty who are teaching from home, and our classified staff. So I just really want to encourage you. This is by far not an ideal situation. None of us are happy with it, but hang in there. That which doesn't break us makes us stronger. concentrate on staying healthy. The air quality right now with all the California wildfires is awful. Do whatever you can to keep yourself and your family safe and healthy. And just know that on behalf of the board, and I hope that I can take the liberty of speaking on behalf of my colleagues, is we really wish you well. We really wish you an outstanding academic year. And in spite of all of this, your resilience, just so proud of you, and hang in there. And I'm sorry I have my camera off today. I had a lot of issues that I was dealing with at work, and just got home late, and I've been on the Zoom call, but normally I don't have my video turned off, but at least I chose a relatively decent picture there. So I'm speaking from my heart and saying, once again, thank you to Trustee Untuck. I appreciate the break. For those of you who tuned in late, I was driving home as the meeting was coming to order, and as out of an abundance of caution, I asked him if he wouldn't mind running the meeting, and then he was doing such a great job. I just said, hey, you know what? I can use the break tonight, and you can run the entire meeting. And it's been nice listening to him. He's done a great job, Vice President Untuck. And that is my report. I know you have a report, and then I do have a request later on the agenda.
Well, we might need to address your request now because we don't have other agenda items for report outs or committees. So do you have something you want to?
Well, for future reports on the agenda, I don't know if this is the appropriate time, but Interim Superintendent Bynum and I had a great conversation yesterday. We talked about our athletic program, and Luann, it's been on my heart since last week, and it's been on my heart since we talked yesterday. And I know how hard Dr. Bill Huzak in athletics is working, representing our students with the league. But I just would like to request that we have a report for what's happening with our student athletes. And just to recap a little bit of what we discussed, here's my concern. My concern is that for a lot of our student athletes, we serve a very unique population of student athletes. For many of them, this is their last chance. This is their last opportunity to secure a scholarship, a partial scholarship, a full scholarship, to play at the next level, to go to a D1, D2 school, to secure, their academic careers through athletics. And I'm just really frustrated because I drive through, and I know that the city is issuing permits for youth teams to practice. In fact, Vice President Drinkwine mentioned earlier, drive down PCH and you could see the parking structure. Well, I see the parking structure, 2 or 3 times a week because I'm often at Chittick Field, and Chittick Field is booming with youth sports. I mean, they've got athletics happening, various teams working out, track, football. And it frustrates me that our community college students are not able to do that. What can we do? What more can we do? I know a couple of months ago, I worked with Dr. Huzak to provide a statement for the league to make sure that our concerns were heard. But what can we do? Can we please get a report? Can we find out what the coaches are doing, how they're communicating with students? What are our student athletes doing? I understand that all competition was moved to January and spring, and they're supposed to be conditioning on their own. But if we can please get an update and a report on that. And then also, what can we do to get a task force going? We need to start lobbying, because if other groups, youth groups, are getting permits from the city to practice, why aren't we? Why, our student athletes, this is it. Some of these students, this is their second year at a JUCO, and they worked really hard, and they've got nods and recruits and attention of college recruiters at the next level. And I hate that they will not have that opportunity. So I feel like we're sitting on our hands, and I really believe that we need to be doing more to advocate for our student athletes. So can we please add that to the agenda for the next meeting and come back with a substantive report that gives us an update about that?
President Malulu, I second that request. I think it's definitely something we can work with Superintendent Biden on before our next meeting. I hear you. As a former Viking football player, mission champion, someone who took it to the next level and played NCAA football after my 2 years at Long Beach City College. I still got my ring. My one ring I got in football was at Long Beach City College, 1998. So I know.
As a first-time cheerleader, I want to cheer for the athletes.
Yeah, hey, see, there's a lot of interest there.
That's right. I'm missing Saturday night in that little bullpen that the foundation sets up. And I'm missing, I miss everything. I miss being around the students, period, and all the join a club and all those great back to school activities. Those are among my favorites. But I really would like to see athletics come back. And I just feel like we're taking what direction we're being given. And I feel like we're not trying hard enough and we're not exploring other options. And I don't say this to be disrespectful of anybody who might be doing that, because I don't know. So I want to be, full disclosure, I don't know what's going on. And that's why I'm asking for that report, because I want to make sure that we are doing everything we can to give our students an opportunity, even if we are able to host clinics or combines or something. What can we do to make sure we give our students the exposure that they need to have those next level college recruiters be able to look at our students? Because I don't want to have the class of 2021 not be, the Vikings not be represented at the next level when sports open back up. I don't want to not have any Vikings out there.
Thank you, President Malauulu. We hear you, and we were going to do something about that because it's important to all of us. So thank you for your report. Was there any other report items, President Malauulu?
No, but I thought I heard somebody. Was that Ms. Bynum?
Trustee Ntuk, we were still on 12.3. Can we finish with Board of Trustee reports and then get down to the future reports that she already mentioned?
Oh, when I looked at my agenda, I didn't see any future reports.
It's right on 12.5. Yeah, that's where.
This is my.
That's okay. I just want to make sure that we get through the other.
Sorry, I'm a rookie here. I did not.
That's
I
okay.
skipped over it.
Do you have a report under 12.3?
Oh, yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Darn.
Let's hear it.
Darn.
I'm going to try to be shorter than Trustee Baxter. That's my goal tonight. But she gave me about 20-minute lead, so let me see what I can do. One, I just want to say thank you, President Malauulu. It's great to hear your voice. We also miss seeing everybody in person, and I'm looking at your photo. Did I take that photo that you're using? Was that one I did on my phone?
No, sir. The person who took that photo is a former LBCC student, now professional photographer, Adelina Tirado. And Addie was she was one of my journalism students a few years back, and she was a photojournalist, and she was so proud. She actually transferred to San Francisco State, and she's already on like her third or fourth professional photojournalist gig. And when I was running my campaign, she actually volunteered to take some pictures of me for her portfolio. And 4 years later, I'm still proudly using it. So Adelina Tirado, if you happen to be tuning in, which I doubt.
Yeah. I was like, I know that photo. I've seen it around a lot, but it's been a while. And I wasn't sure if our good friend Duke Givens took it or not, but it was a good photo there.
No. And you know what, Trustee Ntuk, before you start your report, I do want to say one more thing. We were on campus last Wednesday, a week ago tonight, for our very first board meeting. It was a special meeting, and it was limited attendance, limited capacity, limited attendees. But I just want to let everybody know, I'd been in the boardroom one other time to do a video for College Day. Prior to that, I hadn't been in the boardroom since March. I just want everybody to know how great it felt to be back on campus in that capacity, to sit there. We had to walk across the way to T1200 for the closed session, so we could be socially distant. But it just felt really good to be on campus. And for those of you who haven't been on campus, I apologize if it sounds like I'm rubbing it in, but it was a great feeling that I hope we can all return to together in the very near future. And that's it.
Thank you. I concur. I will start my try to be brief report. I too want to echo and recognize Labor Day. like President Malulu had mentioned, this is probably the first time in about 10 years I didn't make my way down to Banning Park in San Pedro for the Labor Day parade that we usually go.
Say the name of the park one more time.
St. Anthony's Park, I think they
No,
renamed.
no. But it's not San Pedro. It's Wilmington, and just make sure you keep Banning.
On the other side of the bridge over there. I don't go there very often. Only once a year for Labor Day. I don't really remember, but it's always a good time to go to the halls over there and have pancakes and fellowship and give rah speeches. And unfortunately, we couldn't do it this year. I know they did do a food giveaway that was quite successful, but the pandemic, we're not able to get together because it's the best thing for our health and safety. But I hear you on that. And I hope President Malulu had a good staycation tonight, that she was still here, but she got a break. I know all of us need a little break sometimes, everything. So it's my pleasure to chair, the meeting on your behalf. So thank you for the honor. And few things. I started my day in Switzerland, Zurich, Switzerland this morning. I know it sounds weird, but I gave a keynote speech at a conference in Switzerland that I recorded at 5:30 in the morning. So I did my first international keynote for my day job. How crazy is the coronavirus that, that kind of thing would happen. So that was at 5:30 this morning. So I've had a long day, and I can empathize with everyone who's tired, and I'll try to keep it short. But some exciting things I wanted to share. They've now branded Black Lives Matter as the Black Lives Matter revolution for all the changes that are already happening. Like we mentioned, I would never imagine an NBA basketball game with fake fans, celebrity faces popping up in the audience, and Black Lives Matter on everyone's shirt. I could never imagine that a year ago, 6 months ago. It's crazy. But it is, we are experiencing a revolution in this country. The head of the University of California is a Black man for the first time in nearly 2 centuries. I mean, however how long the UC's been around, they've never had a Black leader of the University of California. Governor Newsom made that happen this year. And so it's a lot is happening, but I want to thank the Long Beach City College Foundation. We are about to do some big things of epic proportions. I'm very happy to announce that we are restarting the African American Scholarship Fund, and we are going to rebrand it. It is going to be the Wakanda Fund. All right. We are going to go on an epic 2-year fundraising battle to raise money for every Black student on campus that's customized for whatever their needs. If they want to be an engineer, a doctor, a nurse, geology, get a business credential, we are starting the Wakanda Fund. And I'm going to be asking each of you in your own way to think about how you can give to the fund, whether it's $5 a month, whether it's $100 a year, whatever you can do. And I want to thank Dr. Munoz as his team looking at, what's the right of extra funding to help our programs? What's the right of book scholarships? If we gave everybody a laptop, how much would that cost? We want to know. We're dreaming big, so that hopefully we can deliver big. So, I'm excited about that. I think we can bring the revolution to the campus in a good way. That's gonna help us improve our outcomes and transfer rates, and help everyone do better and have economic opportunity, upward mobility. Secondly, we're working on a space program to come to Long Beach City College called Base 11. I know we're late. You're saying Vice President Ntuk is sounding crazy, but we're working at the STEM program called Base 11 that's about going to Mars. It's a STEM motivational support program that has a unique perspective to help connect high school students, community college students with STEM careers. STEM careers, science, technology, engineering, math. I've been in STEM for workforce development, STEM for 15 years in different capacities. I've been a recruiter with Chevron for 5 years, going to conferences all around the country. I was on the Viterbi School, College of Engineering at USC for 10 years. And I've been mentoring and teaching for, I guess it's my 5-year anniversary of teaching at Long Beach State this year. and STEM careers are good paying jobs. They help people buy homes, stay out of jail, pay their taxes. Lo and behold, all you got to do is take math and science classes, and you can have a great career. So base 11, more information is coming on that. I want to thank Boeing Corporation. They gave a $500,000 scholarship to Long Beach City College and Long Beach Unified to begin the process of STEM education for African Americans. So I don't know if we want to call that the seed funding for the Wakanda Fund, but money is starting to come in, and I think it's the fire is hot, and it's going to be a great opportunity to bring resources, not just for Black students, but all students on campus in our fundraising efforts. And then additionally, Dr. Baxter, I hope we can continue to partner on homeless students, because your numbers were quite illustrative last month on your report card of how many students you're serving end up being Black students. And when you look at the numbers, we think between 6 and 10%, we don't really know, that are homeless or couch surfing or living in their cars. Those are mainly Black students. So we're working on a not a Black student, but we're working on a homeless student housing program that's based on data analytics. You're gonna love this, Dr. Baxter. There's an algorithm that they can score to see how likely a student is to fall into homelessness. And if we can do a small enough subset, we can run the numbers to actually have a quantifiable need calculation. How many students need housing, right? And not just, we took a survey, she looked hungry, she looked like she didn't take a shower today, maybe she's homeless. Like it has interviews, it's real, it's database, it's peer reviewed, and nobody else has done it. So I'm throwing it under the Wakanda Fund umbrella of the homeless student need, and there's money that already is coming. It's not a lot of money that we need to go get. They're already bringing money in hand for this homeless student program, and it would be a great synergy with our feasibility study that we're doing to see from the numbers they get how big of the housing do we really need to build for, and maybe we start thinking strategically. Do we partner with the school district on bond funding? Do we partner with the city on bond funding? Do we partner with the county on operating services and wraparound services, right? It's an opportunity for us to be creative and really have a good number. So it's not just, we talk to, even talking to 100 students out of 23,000, I think Luann said we have, that's not a representative sample size, right? If you do engineering school, you got to have a pattern. You need 3 data points. You need a representative sample size. It can't be just 50 or 100 students. It has to be proportional to the number of students you have. So it's an opportunity to us to have some real data. And hopefully, Dr. Baxter, this is something that you and I can work on, because I am already promoting the fundraiser on my social media accounts. And so hopefully I'm helping contribute to the ticket sales a little bit. But just, the Wakanda Fund is coming. And I don't know if we're going to check with Disney that they're okay that we say we got a Long Beach City College Wakanda Fund, that they don't get mad and try to sue us for taking their name. But, Chadwick Boseman passed away. What a story. Who knew he had colon cancer during all the Jackie Robinson and Thurgood Marshall movies and Black Panther? Man, he was sick the whole time. And there's a great Howard University graduation speech, if you look it up on YouTube, that, what an inspirational person. And he's really touched the lives of millions of people, of a positive, breaking the stereotype amongst Black folks that, vibranium and science and the most advanced society on the planet could be from Africa. While it's a comic book movie, it inspired millions of people. I know my 4-year-old, he has Black Panther shirts, and he does Wakanda forever as a 4-year-old with the little arms crossed. So it has made a difference. And so I think it will connect with our younger generation of students, that they too can grow up to be Black Panthers and Black princesses that they want to be. Closing, we did have a press conference at 4:00 today for Prop 15 and 16 that would bring up to $9 million more revenue from Prop 15 to the school. Prop 16 will repeal Prop 209. We have an institution have taken a position on both of those ballot measures. We are free to promote it. It's not a candidate. It's not a political campaign. But Prop 15 and Prop 16 are fundamental systems changes that will improve our colleges if they pass. And Luann, I'd like to follow up with you to make sure that we're communicating with our legislators about that resolution. We're also communicating with our constituency groups, our 10+1, our students, that they all get some information about what is Prop 15 and 16, because it's schools and communities first, Prop 15, and then Prop 16 is the ACA 5 repeal of Prop 209. And it's really important everyone knows about it, and they can make their own choice how to vote for it, but we got to let people know that's out there. I would like to ask that we adjourn the meeting tonight for Coach Luke Olson, the famous for the Wildcats. Hopefully we have that day in Long Beach City College, former coach. There's so much history at Long Beach City College and so much impact. And, it's like every time I see Luke Walton, coaching, I think, oh yeah, he was a Wildcat with Coach Olson. It's all interconnecting relationships. So hopefully I'd like to ask we can adjourn in his memory tonight. And lastly, I do want to talk about Dr. Beverly O'Neill. She was not the president when I was a student. That was Jan Kehoe. But she was the first person I ever voted for mayor as a 18-year-old. So maybe she hired Jenny Baxter. I just voted for her. I think I even had the pencil. Even she had the write-in with the pencil. I don't know if it was legal, but I did the write-in for her way back when. For the at that time was a historic third term. Now those people do third terms every other election cycle. But happy that she's celebrating 90 years. She's done so much for our community, and I appreciate Luann, giving her a shout out, remembering she got her start too at Long Beach City College. I think as a administrative assistant, or she started. She started at the bottom, worked her way up. Where was it, Jerry?
She was hired
as a student professor. She was a student at Long Beach City College.
Yeah, and she was a student. She was.
So she started as a student and the AWS program, very active, and then came back through the AWS program, dean, vice president, president. She is beloved by hundreds of thousands of us who all worked with her in a variety of areas, over the college.
She's a testimony that we are a springboard of epic proportions.
Yes, we are.
Here, you can literally go anywhere, and whether the president of the college or the mayor of Long Beach, she is. Hopefully, Jenna, that's an inspiration for other young women students to see her, and then what she's done, and she's still around, and I've seen some of these news articles and some of these yahoos out there in downtown Long Beach. I really want to say shame on those guys for being hooligans and knuckleheads, because she is a good person and doesn't deserve any of the criticism or negativity that she's getting. And I think it's our duty to stand up for her and recognize her and remind people who she is, that she's not some Joe Blow on the corner that you can just say whatever you want to say about her. So I just want to close saying, thank you for everyone recognizing her for her work. We all hope we can get to 90. I'm hoping. I'm taking my vitamins and hoping I can get there. So with that, I'm going to close my report, and we will move to the next agenda item because I'm the last trustee of the night.
Trustee Ntuk, may I interrupt?
Yes, I will give you the presidential privilege. You have a question or comment?
I do. Before we adjourn, I just wanted to ask Board Secretary Han if anybody has heard from or reached out Trustee Zia. I just want to make sure that she's okay. And, we haven't heard from her and why she was not present at this meeting. And I'm just concerned about her.
I have not heard from her, and I only did text her, but she did not respond. And the meeting notice was sent to her by email, just like the rest of you and about 30 other people that gets the link. So
and I texted her and she didn't respond to me.
And I called her, President Malauulu, and left a message for her as well.
Was this a new meeting date off of our regular calendar? I know we've had so many special meetings.
No.
It's regular. Yeah. Well, hopefully she's doing okay.
We'll follow up with her for sure. And
thank you.
Sure, she's okay.
we can talk about it offline too, if we need to, do a welfare check or something. I just want to make sure she's okay.
Yeah, probably a welfare check would be good. All right, let's move on here. Thank you for that, President Malulu. Let's go to the next agenda item. Before adjournment, there was one that or two more here. We got 12.5 future reports. This is an opportunity for board members to request additional reports for future board agenda items. Consensus from the board in consideration from the superintendent. I know President Malulu had a prior item that with on sports and report back, and I too would like to join in that request. I actually used to play football against Dr. Husick's son, Todd. I don't even remember Todd Husick. He was a St. John Bosco celebrity football player before St. John Bosco had the notoriety of today. He went on and played at Stanford in the Pac-10 back when it was the Pac-10. I went to USC. We don't really like the crazy trees over in Troy, but it's he's still a good guy, and it's always interesting, the connections and so forth. So yes, I like to agree with President Malulu to have that athletics report back and understand. I believe students are getting eligibility extensions from the NCAA or red shirts or medical shirts, and it'd be great to have clarity. And I think it would also be, if they don't know, it's an opportunity to educate our athletes about what exactly is their options and benefits, because this was a unexpected situation, and I personally know what the trouble and challenges of getting a scholarship and getting to the next level. So one other thing, I did also have a great meeting with Dr. Luskin, Bertie Luskin. I'd like to ask if we could create an ad hoc committee. Was an idea he had, and Dr. Baxter, he called you out. I don't know how long you've known him for, but he recommended.
I've known him for a very long time.
Okay. I didn't.
He's also an LBCC alum.
And the good times don't stop rolling with all the LBCC alum out there. So he recommended that we should form an ad hoc committee from the board evaluation to implement the findings from the board evaluation so that we can improve our processes to improve the board dynamics. I said, Bernie, that's a good idea. I love it. And he goes, yeah, you and Jenny should do an ad hoc committee. And he said it in a very nice way. He didn't tell me what to do. He just kind of made this kind of recommendation. How Bernie.
It's okay with me.
And so if it's okay with the board with consensus, and we can add it to the next month's meeting, we can talk about it in a little more detail. His idea was that we should create a virtual, retreat over a few day period. And we can do maybe a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday when we don't have a meeting, but we can go through items that were brought up in the evaluation for improvement. And so just kind of preliminary idea, we'll put it on the agenda, we'll talk about it in more detail. But I thought it was a really great way for us to move forward with an analytical process that he led to a future board agenda. So if there's no opposition to that, Luann, let's maybe in October try to agendize that as an ad hoc committee conversation. And I think that's it for future. Any other future board items?
Excuse me, Trustee Ntuk, did you mean that we're going to bring this back to discuss at the October meeting, or you're looking at those meetings happening during October?
I was hoping to have an agenda item in October.
Okay.
It would be a discussion agenda item about an ad hoc committee.
Gotcha.
To implement the board evaluation recommendations. And I'm happy to write it out and work on it after.
I think it will be kind of brief and short, and I think I got it, but I'll reach out to you, okay?
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jackie.
Sure.
And Vice President Ntuk, I'll speak with President Malauulu about this and Dr. Luskin as well. I know that there's some discussion about when we can actually do the retreat, but if we break it up into bits, that might be a better way to approach it.
That would be great. I think it's all negotiable that we can figure out what's a mutually beneficial situation for everybody. So just starting the conversation. So great. Any other items, future agenda items? Without that, we'll move on from 12.5 to
No, that's future reports.
The 13, oh, well, we're moving from 12.5 to 13, public comments on non-agenda items. 13.5, public comments on non-agenda items. Secretary Hahn, do we have any comments on non-agenda items for tonight?
No, we received no requests.
All right, we received none. We're going to move on from 13.1 to 14.1. Second closed session. We don't have any more second closed session items. We completed all of our closed session items and reported out earlier in the meeting. So we will move on to item 15, adjournment. Before we adjourn the meeting, I'd just like to announce that the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Trustees will be held on October 28th, 2020, right before Halloween. We might have to dress up for that meeting. Closed session will be at 4:30 and open session will be at 5:30. Is there any discussion on adjournment? We do have Coach Luke Olson as our memorial adjournment for tonight. If there's no other comments, I call this meeting to a close. I thank everybody for their time this evening and wish them happy evenings. Please stay healthy. Have a great semester, and we'll see you next month, if not sooner. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
Have a great
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.